Hare Krishna, dearest devotees and well-wishers. Welcome back to the second half of the program as we continue to honor and glorify Maharaj as he celebrates the 72nd Vyasa Puja. My name is Lalita Gopal Devi Dasi and I will be your program director for the evening. Srila Gurudev, we will now present you with a compilation of love, appreciation and gratitude by all those that hold you very near and dear. Your Vyasa Puja book for 2023. The Vyasa Puja book is in English and there's a copy in Russian as well. Also, two different. In the Sri Guru Vasakam prayer, which we sang earlier today, a part of the translation in stanza 8 says, quote, by the mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the benediction of Krishna. Without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement. Therefore, I should always remember and praise the spiritual master. Unquote. With that being said, the disciples and aspiring disciples of Guru Maharaj will now honor him by reading their offerings. First up, we have Namacharya Prabhu. His offering is on page 99. Hare Krishna, just for everyone's information, we are going to be calling disciples to read in order in which they registered online. So, after Namacharya Prabhu, could Narottama Das Prabhu and and joining entire Prabhu, please be in readiness.
I was born in the darkness of ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. To that spiritual master, I pay my humble obeisances. My dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to the Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, I want to thank you for tolerating a rascal like me, and please forgive me for all my offenses. Thanks for all that you do for us, just to mention a few. Online classes, in-person classes, japa and seminars. While the leaders in ISKCON are contemplating how to get devotees to read Srila Prabhupada's books, you, Guru Maharaj, without much delay, have lectured on the Bhakti Sastri course, and now currently doing the Bhakti Vaibhava, and many other seminars to devotees around the world. The world needs more leaders like you to distribute the teachings of Lord Chaitanya and Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada also did not waste any time, but went on with preaching and writing. You are so nicely following in his footsteps. I hope we disciples can take a hint from this and do the same. I listen to your classes and online and in person as much as I can, but I'm not sure if I'm making any progress towards our desired success. I pray on this auspicious day to you that you can give me the ability to imbibe this knowledge that you are giving so that I can build my loving relationship with the Lord and his devotees. You say in your classes that old age is not for cities. I now have realized the knowledge of this as my body ages. I'm hoping that the pain I endure is burning some of my karma so that I can get closer to Krishna. Hoping to be always in the shelter of your divine lotus feet, your unworthy son, Namacharya Das. Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Thank you, Namacharya Prabhu. Next up, we will have Narottama Das Prabhu.
His offering is not in the book.
His offering is not in the book.
Hare Krishna, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Pujale, Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Pujale, Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gora Bhakti Devi Shesha Srimati Namaste Sita. Guru Maharaj, I usually don't speak. Last year's Guru Puja, I couldn't attend Guru Vyasa Puja celebration in Midland because as a brahmachari preacher, I always thought that for the fact that I'm preaching, I'm saying something already. But for this year, I had to come considering that, it's not known when Maharaj will be around for us. We've seen in the few years that have passed that we have lost some of our regular gurus who have been coming to South Africa to encourage and inspire us. So we are somehow very fortunate that we still have Maharaj with us today. But like I said, it's not guaranteed when will Maharaj, be called to perform some other service somewhere by the Krishna. So based on that, I had to come this time around. Recently, Maharaj responded to an email that we had written to him, inviting Maharaj to come to Hamaskar. So there's a beautiful temple in Hamaskar, and Maharaj always comes to Hamaskar to encourage, inspire, and motivate us. So what happened is that Maharaj agreed to come, and then Maharaj will be in Durban on the 23rd of September, but on the 24th we'll be driving to Johannesburg, because Maharaj needs to have his car in Johannesburg, so we'll be driving to Johannesburg. But what surprised me the most is that Maharaj decided to drive from Durban to Hamaskar. It was very touching to hear Maharaj say this types of commitment and determination. And then later on, one of his servants called to say, no, Maharaj will have to take a stop at Sanctum Temple to refresh and come to Hamaskar. But from Maharaj's mouth himself was willing to drive from Durban to Hamaskar just to come and inspire us in this one Hamaskar. For that, we're very grateful to Maharaj. So, also, we earlier on, Medavidas Prabhu quoted the verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, text 14. Satatam Kirtayam Tamam Yatantas Chatrita Vataha Namasantas Chamam Bhaktya Nitya Yukta Utmashate. Always chanting my glories, endeavoring with great determination, bowing down before me, these great souls perpetually worship me with devotion. We've seen how Maharaj is always, he's not even giving it for himself lately, but he's always performing devotional service for the benefit of us living entities within this world. In the age of Kali Yuga, forgetting Krishna becomes natural. So, but then we are very much fortunate that even though we are in this age of Kali Yuga, by the presence of Shakti's Lord devotee, disciple of Srila Prabhupada, we can still derive so much inspiration and motivation to keep pushing and pushing our devotional service to Lord Krishna. Also, there's another verse in the Bhagavad Gita, glorifying a person of Maharaj's character, that says, Yad Yad Acharatis Restas, Tat Tat Evetarotana, Sayat Pramanam Kurute, Lokastat Anuvartate. Whatever action a great man perform, common men follow. And whatever standards he sets by exemplary acts, all the world pursues. At the age of 72, you'd expect Maharaj to sleep longer. You'd expect him to travel less, but Maharaj is not doing that. He's always traveling, always giving us sangha, always attending to all our personal needs. You write an email to Maharaj, within a day Maharaj responds to your email. So at 72 years, most people are old, most people can't walk, most people can't do so many things, but by the mercy of the Lord, Guru Maharaj is still able to do so many things just for us to understand that once you've got Krishna in your life, you can be able to get the energy and the enthusiasm to perform your devotional service. In fact, also in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains that devotional service has to be performed with enthusiasm. And we can see all those qualities emanating from Maharaj's personality. In Chaitanya Charitamrita Atta Lila 4, text 103 and 104, it is said, some behave very well but do not preach the cult of Krishna consciousness, whereas others preach but do not behave properly. This was Sanatana Goswami talking to Agastya. You simultaneously perform both duties in relation to the holy names by your personal behavior and by your preaching. Therefore, you are the spiritual master of the entire world, for you are the most advanced devotee of the Lord. Maharaj, as you can see here, is traveling all over the planet, infusing this bhakti culture in the hearts of so many people. And Maharaj never demands so much from us. He's always humble and he's always ready to listen to us and really try to help us to grow spiritually. So with that being said, I'm very grateful and humbled by Maharaj's character. We can just pray that Krishna can also bless us to continue to spread the movement of Srila Prabhupada, because because in this age of Kali Yuga, without Krishna consciousness, it's becoming more and more dark within this world. So we are very much grateful for you, Guru Maharaj, for putting yourself so much. Every morning, Maharaj is sitting down to chant. You would expect thousands of people to join in and chant with Maharaj, but most people are not even awake by that time. Most people don't even know where their big bags are. Most people find it difficult to commit to chanting. But Maharaj, at 72 years old, is still able to wake up in the morning and chant Hare Krishna. In fact, I was told that Maharaj arrived yesterday, and instead of relaxing and sleeping longer, as would a 72-year-old do, but still he came for the morning program, and he was so much active. I see he was just a young man of 25. So for that, Maharaj, we are very grateful. And we pray that Lord Krishna can continue to give you strength and increase your memory and continue to empower you to spread the Krishna consciousness of Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Thank you, Niruttamadas Prabhu. Next up, we have Jai Nitai Das.
Maharaj, I just want to reflect back in the old days. During my childhood, Maharaj, things were very, very difficult. I sort of grew up from a society where greatness is only one thing which is better than book. I mean, by then people were very much consumed by interest and anger. And when we were young, we had to find ourselves in a group or against that. The only thing that we could really do, because absolutely wrong things, is either you steal or you do something stupid to be accepted in the society. So back then, Shri Maharaj must have also realized that or observed that. During that time, youth and basically children were very wild. Our behavior was very, very wild. We were very, really naughty. So, but to my surprise, Maharaj, when every time we visited our base, surely people also realized that. But you didn't really focus on those weaknesses. You were always humble and you were always kind to us. Through your mercy, Maharaj, here we are today, and some of us, we are your disciples, Maharaj. And thank you, Maharaj, for your contribution to especially South Africa. A country that has so many traditions, Maharaj, and we are a nation that is so divided. We are always pointing fingers at each other, Maharaj. But Maharaj, we are always able to overcome all the differences that we have. And Maharaj, we will always manage to be equal to everyone and unite as Maharaj. Your leadership, Maharaj, through the years has been very, very excellent, Maharaj. You are such a blessing to this country, Maharaj. And I hope, Maharaj, that all of us can learn from you. And also, Maharaj, please, Maharaj, bless us, all of us, so that, Maharaj, we have such a good spirit, Maharaj, and the spirit of uniting people and continuously, Maharaj, preaching to them, Maharaj, despite all the challenges we are facing in this country, Maharaj. Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you, Janita Das. Next up, we have Kishori Devidasi. And could I ask for Deva Das, Lokanath Das, and Vyasa Das to please be in readiness? Thank you.
Page 58. What? 58.
Hare Krishna, dearest Prabhu.
obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. Om Nirana Nirana Vyananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Udayatam Lena Tasme Shri Gurudev Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my Guru, my spiritual master, opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. The Guru is Krishna's representative, the former Acharya's representative. Krishna says that all Acharyas are his representatives. Therefore, the Guru should be offered the same respect one would offer to God. As Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says in his prayers to the spiritual master, Yasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasada. By the mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the benediction of Krishna. Thus, if we surrender to the bona fide Guru, we surrender to God. God accepts our surrender to the Guru. From a bona fide spiritual master, you receive knowledge, because he will present as he has received from his spiritual master. That is the bona fide spiritual master. This describes you, my dear Lord and Master, Gurudev. I am very grateful and indebted to you, Gurudev, for allowing me to be your servant and disciple, and I thank you for tolerating me for so many years. I am very grateful for your classes and seminars. Had it not been for your Bhakti Vaibhav classes, which I am doing systematic studies in, I would not have read or understood as much without your classes. I still admire your brilliant intelligence and dedicated service in Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. Guru Maharaj, I can only imagine how much you have to deal with in this material world and suffering in this body. Yet you, Gurudev, push on and preach to us fallen souls regardless. I know that you have a huge number of disciples, and it's growing due to your kind mercy. Despite knowing that, I sometimes miss the parikrams when we were just a handful of devotees or a couple of taxis full getting your personal association. I also miss the days when we were able to serve you personally for a few days at a time in our homes by your kind and causeless mercy. Bodies are older, and your time is valuable, and you have more and more responsibilities. I understand that and treasure those memories. Now, parikrams are also so precious, with the bus loads of devotees from all over the world. This is the magnanimity of your preaching, and we get the association too. After all, we have such precious devotees in our movement, and I pray to continue to appreciate them and to relish devotee association by your mercy, because you continue to bring us together. You have always touched so many lives in Krishna consciousness and continue to do so. I recently was talking to a devotee from the old days, and she told me that you sold her her first Bhagavad Gita. Also, that she had called her district temple once to complain about a devotee who was not getting back to her, and you answered and made sure it all worked out, and so calmly and with such a demeanor that she still remembers it. This tells me that you, Gurudev, have always been so merciful and have always had such a high level of integrity and both command and deserve so much respect. I am glad to be able to serve in your mentorship program and also to have your blessings and encouragement to collect funds from the temple. I am grateful for your mercy, your classes. Thank you so much, Gurudev, for helping me with spiritual nourishment and allowing me to assist with other services. By the mercy of the spiritual master, one receives the benediction of Krishna. Without the grace of the spiritual master, one cannot make any advancement. Therefore, I should always remember and praise the spiritual master. At least 3 times a day, I should offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master. On this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, dear Gurudev, I humbly beg for your blessings to go back to Godhead at the end of this life. I remember what you had said in a class, and I practice it regularly. I pray to remember Krishna's lotus feet at the time of death. Gurudev, my Lord and Master, please bless me to be a very good disciple and servant, and to try to reduce my debt to you, to your divine grace. Hari Bol, your most insignificant daughter, Ishwari Devi.
Thank you, Madam Ishwari. Next up, we have David Prabhu. His offering is on page 34.
Your causeless mercy far exceeds my endeavor. My dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, my most merciful Lord and Master. On 2nd of July 2023, we gave a class at the Bhaktivedanta Manor on the lessons from Krishna's Vrindavan pastimes. You spoke about the famous Damodar Leela pastime in a slightly different way, revealing more than usual. I recall you speaking about this pastime repeatedly over the past many years. In fact, I recall the first time I ever met you, my glorious Lord and Master. Back in 1997, you were presenting a current program in Tanglad, and you spoke about the same Damodar pastime. I recall the image of you raising your hand, showing us your two fingers, one representing the Lord's mercy upon us, and the other, our endeavor. This was a samskar in my life, leaving a deep impression in my heart. It was at that moment that I realized that endeavor will equate to the Lord's mercy. In your lecture at the Bhaktivedanta Manor and subsequent lectures in Newcastle, England, you spoke about the same pastime, but now it was a little different. You said, notice the two fingers are not the same in length. The pointy finger is your endeavor, and the longer finger is Krishna's mercy. You endeavor, yes, you must endeavor, but the mercy you receive is still always greater than your endeavor. This struck me deep. Here we are, decades later, and you are still creating deep samskars within my heart and defeating my mind. You are my Lord and Master, and I see everything in relation to you, to your glorious self, the Gurudev. In this way, I understood the Damodar Leela pastime. In this way, I understood the Damodar Leela pastime in relation to you and your mercy upon me. Yes, with your instructions, I learned how to endeavor for your service and association. But it now makes clear sense that my endeavor could not, cannot, and will never be able to be equivalent to the mercy that you shower upon me. Your mercy upon me far exceeds any sort of endeavor or service that I may have offered you. Your causeless mercy upon me has made me who I am. There are times in my service to your lotus feet when the circumstances have been extremely challenging. Although I try to be meticulous and plan every single thing in advance, so you are never inconvenienced, but still often I fail your divine grace, and sometimes my blunders may cause you some anxiety. I quickly try to create a plan B, and you so lovingly tolerate it while I try to fix things. My greatest anxiety is you being inconvenienced and not being served as you deserve, but often I am faced with great difficulties in trying to create the best facility or plan for your pleasure. Often devotees ask me, how do you manage? What do you do? How do you do it? When I hear this, I am immediately transported to you telling one of your Prabhupada pastimes, where Srila Prabhupada responded to a similar question. I do not see any difficulties. I only see service to my spiritual master. I stand boldly before you, Srila Gurudev, and say that all difficulties that come my way in your service cannot really be understood by anyone. I often I even keep it away from you for your own pleasure. But it's these same difficulties, service rather, that is the glue that keeps me fixed at your lotus feet, and always endeavoring to serve you with the greatest attention to details. Extract from Srimad Bhagavatam 4:28-50. As the Supreme Personality of Godhead comes down upon this earth to re-establish the principles of religion, so his representatives, the spiritual master, also comes to re-establish religious principles. It is the duty of the disciples to take charge of the mission of the spiritual master and execute it properly. Otherwise, the disciples should decide to die along with the spiritual master. In other words, to execute the will of the spiritual master, the disciple should be prepared to lay down his life and abandon all personal considerations. By your mercy, you have personally taught me how to care, actually care, and take people seriously, no matter how insignificant they may seem. You taught me to be conscious and serve the deities with great awe and reverence. You taught me how to appreciate everything, every little thing that someone does, no matter how small it may be, like taking gold from a dirty place. You taught me to look at the positives and the intention behind the acts of the devotees. And most of all, you taught me by your own example how to be selfless in service of my spiritual master and his followers. You said, caring, really caring from the heart, is one of the most important parts of organization and cooperation. Often I meditate on my position in devotional service, where I am currently situated, and what does that actually mean. The more I think about it, the more I understand that my position is a very unique one. My service to you is to manage things nicely for your pleasure, but my service to your followers is to churn out the nectar of their love for you in such a way that they will feel your abundance of love for them, and in this way advance further by giving their lives more to you and your mission, but not for your pleasure, but rather for their pleasure. Like me, they can also endeavor for your mercy, but your mercy upon them and us all far exceeds any endeavor we may make. Like the difference of the two fingers in the Damodar pastime. Let your mercy flow to all the three worlds, Srila Gurudev. All glories to your mercy, my life and soul. Your mercy-hungry, unworthy servant, David Das.
Thank you, David Prabhu. Next up, we have Lokanath Prabhu. His offering is on page 81, Srila Gurudev.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my prostrated obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to your Lord and Master, Srila Prabhupada. In Srimad Bhagavatam 4:27-22, Srila Prabhupada says in the purport that preachers of the glories of the Lord are beyond the jurisdiction of the material laws. You are such a preacher, Guru Maharaj. You have done practically every service in ISKCON, from washing pots with cold water and without any soap in the winter time at Sri Sri Radha Landanishvara Mandir, to chairing global GBC meetings many times and for many years. You are always ready to do the needful to please Srila Prabhupada and to serve his followers and his ISKCON. I don't want to be presumptuous and say that I know your heart, but from your actions it seems evident that despite all these other services which may seem to some as not being preaching as such, deep in your heart and manifesting outwards in all that you do, you are a preacher, and thus beyond the jurisdiction of material laws, as explained by Srila Prabhupada in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Quote, like Narada Muni, many other devotees of the Lord who are engaged in preaching the glories of the Lord in different places and in different universes. Such personalities are beyond the jurisdiction of material laws. Unquote. You tirelessly travel and preach even now because you deeply care about the devotees. You teach by your example, and we feel indebted to you because of how much we care. I pray that I can return some of that care and attention by helping to spread Krishna consciousness in some way and by doing my sadhana bhakti for your pleasure. You are a great preacher for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada. A deeply absorbed preacher. A preacher who cares and is very kind and compassionate. On this auspicious occasion of your appearance, I pray that I may follow in your footsteps and repay at least some of my debt to you, your humble servant, Lord Moses.
Thank you, Lokanath Prabhu. Next up, we have Vyasa Prabhu, and his offering is on page 189.
Hare Krishna, dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, the most auspicious and descendant Vyasa Puja. I am deeply honored and excited to be writing this Vyasa Puja offering to you, as this is the first time I am doing so as your very own initiative disciple. On the 13th of August 2022, I attended and witnessed the most blessed Vyasa Puja event at ISKCON Madras. This was your 71st Vyasa Puja celebration, and I, at that point, being an aspiring devotee, did not feel like an aspiring devotee, but rather the mood was so much more transcendental. For me, I was already part of the Bhakti Chaitanya Swami family of devotees, and I was most ecstatic to be present at the event and to witness the deep significance of honoring the spiritual master within one's heart. On the 4th of September 2022, at the most exquisite Sri Sri Radha Temple, on the most auspicious, merciful, and beautiful of festival days of Sri Radha Asana, you gave meaning to my life by formally accepting me as your initiated disciple. It was from that very moment that my life changed in the presence of the deities, Srila Prabhupada's presence, your presence, and the presence of the devotees. I now feel a far greater and more vivid sense of belonging to Srila Prabhupada's magnanimous ISKCON under your guidance as my spiritual master. It is said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 19:151, Brahmanda Brahmite Kona, Bhagyavan Jita, Guru Krishna Prasada, Bhaya Bhakti Vatapija, which translates as follows. According to their karma, all living entities are wandering throughout the entire universe. Some of them are being elevated to the upper planetary systems, and some are going down to the lower planetary systems. Out of many millions of wandering living entities, one who is very fortunate gets the opportunity to associate with the bona fide spiritual master by the grace of Krishna. By the mercy of Lord Krishna and the spiritual master, such a person receives the seed of the kripa of devotional service. Dear Gurudev, I have been such a lost and aimless soul, wandering for many millions and millions of lifetimes before, But because of some fortune and by the grace of Srila Prabhupada and his bona fide representatives, I have come into contact with this Krishna consciousness movement in this lifetime of mine. It is further said that Krishna, who is situated in everyone's heart, gives such a person who desires to associate with this Krishna consciousness movement the chance to meet a bona fide spiritual master. This is called Guru Krishna Prasad, and I am indeed very fortunate and grateful to have someone who is more simple than Prasad. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for residing at the Sri Sri Radha Radha Temple, for making the mercy more readily available to us, and for allowing the devotees of Durban, and especially your disciples, to have a great amount of association with you. Your very intimate and senior disciples have also welcomed me with much kindness on my spiritual journey, and they've shown me a common goal of cooperation and service to the spiritual master that we all need to invite within ourselves as junior initiates. I am very blessed that I have had the opportunity to attend many of your programs and classes in your presence, and I am very enthusiastic for more to come. I pray that despite the material world raining down calamity upon us all, that the neophytes like myself never succumb to the inevitable obstacles one has to encounter and endure in this lifetime, and that we always remain fixed in devotional service, in association with one another, and at your lotus feet and at the shelter of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, dearest Srila Gurudev, for coming into my life to save me. I pray that I can make spiritual progress at your lotus feet, and by your mercy, become a worthy disciple. All glories to you on your most auspicious and second Vyasa Puja celebration. Your fallen but ever so grateful servant, Veda Vyas Das.
So, as our host in the morning session so nicely put it, it's time to shake up the mood in the room. So everyone, please raise your hands in the air, and at the count of 3, we can give Guru Maharaj a huge Haribol. 1, 2, 3. Haribol! Govinda Prabhu, and his offering is on page 85. In the meantime, please can I have Yogendra Prabhu, Sri Kalindi, and Prabhupada Priya in readiness?
I don't see Madhu Govinda Prabhu here. I don't see Madhu Govinda Prabhu.
Okay, so Madhu Govinda Prabhu is absent. Please can Yogendra Prabhu come up? Thank you, Hare Krishna. His offering is on page 215.
Om Jana Srirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakra Guru Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Vishwave Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Nityananda Namani Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Sevana Shri Rajadana Mahadnya Rasakama Vipanava Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Vishwave Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityananda Namaste Saraswati Devi This year for your Sri Vyasa Puja, I'd like to speak about your taste for the holy name. By your mercy, I've had the good opportunity to travel with you quite extensively in India, as most recently as last year, and quite a bit locally in South Africa. If there is one thing that I have noticed and admired, is that your lips are always decorated with the holy name of the Lord. In between driving to different programs, as soon as you enter the car, you put your hand in your bead bag and begin chanting. Not even a moment goes by without you wasting any time. You are always chanting as much as you can. Last year at Govardhan, as soon as you left your apartment saying, your hand was in your bead bag and you were chanting. Even as we were traveling to the different Parikam places such as Sankarkan Kund, Govinda Kund, Buddha Kund, and Radha Kund, you were always chanting. I've noticed the same in South Africa. In between driving to different programs, you are always chanting and not wasting any time. To me, Srila Gurudev, it is extremely evident of your taste for the holy name and your complete understanding of not wasting any time. I have never seen someone who is so attached to the holy name and who doesn't waste any time. Srila Prabhupada mentioned in a letter to BCAIS on the 10th of February 1970 in Los Angeles. Actually, chanting of the holy name regularly is our life and soul. And on the basis of such activities, all other devotional services will sustain. Unquote. Srila Gurudev, I see you as a vivid example of this letter that Srila Prabhupada wrote, that actually chanting is your life and soul, and I see how it sustains you. Srila Prabhupada also wrote to Mr. Carson on the 2nd of December 1976 in Hyderabad. It is an open secret. Anyone who spreads Krishna consciousness becomes very dear to Krishna. Others are simply wasting time in the valuable human form of life. Unquote. Srila Gurudev, I have no doubt whatsoever that you are very dear to Lord Sri Krishna, as you are so wonderfully spreading Krishna consciousness all over the world. You have taken on so much responsibility in the different zones that you travel to, and you always give the best advice to devotees as to how they can advance Krishna consciousness. Your lectures in Japa are broadcast live to hundreds of thousands of devotees, and you are spreading the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya everywhere. No one can possibly say that you are wasting even a moment of time. All the time that you have available, you use it to preach Krishna consciousness and to assist the different temples and devotees. This is because you have such a deep attraction for chanting the holy name of the Lord. And as Srila Prabhupada mentioned, chanting of the holy name regularly is our life and soul. And on the basis of such activities, all other devotional services will sustain. Please kindly give me your blessing so that I too can one day develop even a fraction of your taste of the holy name. I wish you a very happy Shri Vyasa Puja, and I'm very proud to call myself your disciple. With my head at your divine lotus feet, Hare Krishna, your eternal servant, again.
Thank you, Yadendra Prabhu. Madhu Govinda Prabhu was called to do the feast downstairs, therefore he wasn't able to read his offering today. Next up, we have Sri Kalindi. Her offering is on page 155.
Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja ceremony. I consider myself extremely fortunate to be standing in your presence. Such fearlessness and impeccable traits that you, Srila Gurudev, embody. You are ever so enthusiastic about spreading Srila Prabhupada's mission, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission of spreading the holy names. You have spent 50 years of simply being so absorbed in your sadhana and devotional service. You are so merciful that you even took sannyas and allowed others to embark, as well as progress in their spiritual life. My humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. You are ever so humble, kind, and patient. My humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. Lord Krishna has strategically placed each individual soul based on their material desires and karma. Now, even though we are placed in this material world with all kinds of traps known as Maya, as long as I have you by my side, I am more than clear that I may overcome any difficulties. Your guidance, teachings, determination, and perseverance cannot be justified by these mere words, but to me, they are truly most inspiring and most glorious pastimes I consider myself fortunate enough to hear of yourself. Srila Prabhupada mentions, Ani Katrina, Ani Sena Serra, Upada Salanti, Te Janam, Janas Tatva Tashi. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire the means of discipline and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because he has seen the truth. Other people are told that he knows. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja ceremony, I pray to Sri Sri Radharani, Sri Sri Nitai Gaurav, and Sri Prabhupada that I may ever be useful and render service to you, Sri Radharani. May I not only inquire from you submissively, but also take your instructions seriously and learn how to abide by your instructions, as that is the sole purpose of my life. I am so grateful, comforted, and blessed to have you by my side, guiding me at every step towards an improved and better Krishna conscious journey. On this auspicious day, such good fortune is given to every person present at your Sri Vyasa Puja ceremony, simply by witnessing the ceremony of a pure devotee of the Lord. I pray to Lord Nrsimhadev in my tiniest of capacity, that you may always be sheltered in health, safety, and comfort. Happy 72nd birthday, Sri Radharani, your eternal servant and devotee, Sri Guru.
Thank you, Sri Kavindi Mataji. Next up, we have Prabhupada Priya Prabhu, and his offering is on page 115.
Hare Krishna. Welcome to the Vyasa Shri Guru often I respect for when to recognize spiritual master. The liberal of fallen soul, his mercy turned the double to local speakers, and they put the rain to cross mountains. Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Krishna Guru. Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Namani Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada said, Shri Bhajan Kam Yatra Shakam Kripa Hare Krishna Dev Krishna Gurudev. We said my humble obeisance. All glory to Shri Krishna Bhagavan, all glory to Prabhupada, all glory to Shri Sri Radharani, all glory to divine grace. Please forgive us all the soul of all of this course. The blessed Vyasa Puja for dear spiritual Father, our worshipful Lord, our Savior, our confidant, our most merciful, ever our wishes, and love all our dearest Gurudev. Every year we have we find it difficult to find the words to describe the feeling of God. How can we, fallen souls, find the word to express our love, gratitude, and admiration to such an exalted soul? In Bhagavad Gita, 44th chapter, Tatviti Pranava Dena, Pariprasena Sevya, Upadeks Yanti Svedyana, Janavinas, Tattva, Darshan. Just try to learn the truth by approaching spiritual master. By becoming submersible and let the service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Dear Gurudev, the character and the mode of service of the divine grace imparts so much to us. One does not have to approach a divine grace. Just observing a divine grace, we attain so many realizations, some of which are exceptional mood. One exceptional mood mission of preaching every tongue and religion in the world. The divine grace that just come back from a world of Europe, Spain, Hungary, England, etc. To do not let the discomfort of the body, due to illness or impediments, constrain the preaching. We invite having COVID this year, the preaching went on. And we do not distinguish between devotees and non-devotees. All living entities are spiritual and Krishna conscious. we just have to create that spark within them. We have noted the reflection of the divine grace with the two texts. How comfortable they both feel in divine grace association. Number 4, ensuring that the proper connection is available daily, not only at home, but an coaching is available every day, almost the whole day. The social media, we get so much darshan that we can never decide. Bhagavatam class daily, chapter session daily, and so much more. What more spiritual association can we anchor for? There are so many characteristics of divine grace character that attract the fallen soul to divine grace, so to speak. Why? That is where the madhuri, the honey of the personal service lies. We should be the bee and seek out the honey, drink it and get out of the entanglement of materialism. As stated in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela 22.25, that they Krishna Bhajan Charan Guru Ras Sevana, Maya Charan Maya Charana. If the conditioned soul engaged in the service of the Lord and simultaneously carried out the order of his spiritual master and served him, he can get out of the clutches of Maya and become eligible for shout of Krishna, so to speak. Relationship between Krishna Bhajana and Guru Seva is inseparable, as we are brought down by the material anxiety. The divine grace our only ray of hope, standing in our shining beacon to the eternal time of material existence. But divine grace exposes us to get more fiction in our spiritual life and service. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7:15, where Christ stated, Raja Tamas Jav Sadvena Sadvam Chipal Sa Mena Cha Ita Savam Guru Yo Purushahe Ajasu Jayi. One must conquer more than passion and ignorance by developing the mode of goodness. Then one will become detached from the mode of goodness by promoting oneself to platform of Sudasana. All this can be automatically done if one engages in the service of spiritual master with faith and devotion. In this way, one can conquer the influence of the mode of material nature. What is the common phrase in these two slokas? Guru Sevana, Guru Dev. We try our very best with our limited sources, limited enthusiasm, limited knowledge, and limited time, while material nature is snarling at us to serve your divine grace. It is the mercy of divine grace that makes service possible. Guru Dev, thank you for everything. Guru Kripaya, Kevala, Guru's mercy is everything. On this official day, calmly beg your divine grace for a minute drop of that mercy that will make the limited unlimited. That will enable us to put a smile on divine grace face, making our life successful, while begging to remain humble servant of Shota possible. The foreign servants, Prabhupada created us to be the
Thank you, Prabhupada Priya Prabhu. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Next up to read her offering is Sri Lakshmi Nrsimha Devidasi, and her offering is on page 157. Please can I ask for Damodar Gopal Prabhu, Shama Vallabhi Mataji, and Krishna Balaram Prabhu to be in readiness. Thank you.
Dearest children, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this wonderful occasion of your Sri Vyasa Puja. The past year has brought me many precious memories with you. As I write this, I'm trying to pick a favorite. I feel torn between memories of Govardhan Parikram during Kartik, receiving mantra diksha on the first day of this year, and one particular occasion at our new Jagannath Puri temple in Phoenix, where I had the audacity to say, Srila Gurudev, I think I need to negotiate with you for some extra mercy. And you so lovingly and laughingly obliged. But the memory that stands most prominent is an email response from you. Whether or not it is my favorite, I'm not sure, but it has made the deepest impression in my mind. In the email, I asked, Gurudev, is there any helpful service that I can render to you? To which you responded, the best way you can help me is to continue doing the services you are currently engaged in at the temple. Really commit to them, do them well, to the best of your ability. That is the best way to help me. I did not appreciate this response sufficiently and how deep the implications of this response were until a few weeks ago when I read the following memory from the book Prabhupada Nectar by Satsvarup Das Goswami. Panchadravida Swami had expressed his doubt to Srila Prabhupada. How can I understand that I have a personal relationship with you? If I am somewhere halfway around the world and I am, for instance, sweeping or washing a floor in the temple, how can I know that I am serving you personally? To which Srila Prabhupada replied, yes, ISKCON is so big, but I am so small. You speak of serving in the temple somewhere, but actually you don't have to do anything. I am responsible directly. I have to maintain all the temples, see that the floors are swept, the pots washed, and that everything is clean in all the ISKCON temples all over the world. But I cannot do it all by myself. It is like an arti ceremony. I may be offering the arti, but I ask you, please hand me the fan so that I can offer it to Radha Krishna. In the same way, I am asking you to help me in the temple by preaching or sweeping the floor. Do you understand? Srila Gurudev, your response and Srila Prabhupada's response was most enlightening to me. Not only can I appreciate that my services are an overflow of mercy from you and Srila Prabhupada, but also it is very clear that in serving Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON and following the rules and regulations of sadhana bhakti, I am in your personal association. This level of closeness is very moving to me. But then I must ask myself, even though I have the opportunity to be this close to you, why do I feel a lack of faith or surrender, or that my commitment to sadhana bhakti is not where it should be? In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Lila 1899 purport, Srila Prabhupada writes, unless one is enlightened by the knowledge given by the spiritual master, he cannot see things as they are, even though he remains constantly with the spiritual master. Enlightened by the knowledge given by the spiritual master. Srila Gurudev, you provide us with readily accessible knowledge through your online classes, and what I appreciate the most is your Bhakti Vaibhav classes. Recently, I gave Srimad Bhagavatam class at our new Jagannath Puri temple, and I realized that one of the best ways to internalize spiritual knowledge is to both learn and then try to share that knowledge by verbalizing it to others. It was such an effort to prepare for my class, and amongst other preparation methods, I listened to a few selected Bhakti Vaibhav classes from your series, approximately 10 times or more. This was the approximate level of effort that it took for your classes and the knowledge that you were sharing to sink into my brain. The lesson learned, being enlightened by knowledge given by the spiritual master, is no simple thing, because enlightenment depends on my readiness to receive the knowledge and realization of the knowledge being given by you. I pray to have the patience and determination to take on the task of very seriously receiving the knowledge you are giving me, especially when this means drilling it into my head 10 times or more. I pray that my intelligence, mind, and heart can be open to receive the knowledge you are readily giving to us, your disciples, so that I can see things as they are, and I do not waste the opportunities of being in your association. Thank you for everything. Praying for your good health and spiritual strength in the year ahead. Your aspiring servant, Sri Lakshmi Nishima Devi Dasi.
Thank you, Sri Lakshmi Devi Dasi. Next up, we have Damodar Gopal, and his offering is on page 29.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Staya Bhutam Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Namo Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Shri Prajana Namo Siddhanta Pranam. My dearest Shri Guru, Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of the lotus feet. All glories to the Lordship, Sri Jagannath Mandir Subhadramana. All glories to the Lordship, Sri Nitai Goswami. All glories to our Divine Master, Sri Prabhupada. All glories to you on this most auspicious, glorious day of your Vyasa Puja. Srila Gurudev, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for being our pillar of strength and guiding light in our life. The words spiritual master hold such an important potency. To be a spiritual master of some aspect means to acquire complete knowledge. You possess complete and absolute knowledge, both spiritually and materially. Your daily lectures are like a delicacy for our souls. We are like bees being drawn to you, the fragrant flower, in hopes of extracting and absorbing the nectar you have to offer us. Our greatest treasure is having you as our spiritual master. Your commitment and dedication towards ISKCON is awe-inspiring. Your deep and profound love for Srila Prabhupada shows us what an ideal relationship between the spiritual master and the disciple should be. We can only pray to have just a tiny drop of the love and surrender that we possess for Radha and Krishna and Srila Prabhupada. Please kindly allow these most unworthy souls to always be in your association. Please have your most merciful glance upon us, even from afar. You have given us so much good fortune by allowing us under your shelter. We are holding on to your rope and never letting go. We pray that all devotional souls carried up to their lordships and the Vaishnavas to their sweet satisfaction and all benefit we bestow upon you, your undeserving servants, Damodar Gopal, Das, Lalita Gopal Devi Das, Bhakti Vaishnava.
Thank you, Damodar Gopal Prabhu. Next up, we have Shala Vallabhi Mataji and her offering. Okay, it's not in the book.
bow down to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. My dear Srila Gurudev, I bow down to you, my Father, my spiritual master, for you are the representative of Lord Sri Krishna, who have been sent to this earthly planet to save fallen souls like myself. Please accept my most respectful obeisances. I take this opportunity to wish you a blissful birthday and a very happy Vyasa Puja celebration. I wish you good health and a long association with us. It is evident how loved you are throughout the world, just by seeing how your disciples from the various countries receive and care for you. When you're traveling, I sometimes feel saddened that you are not at home at Sri Sri Radharana Temple, where we can just see you in person on any average day. Nevertheless, at times like these, I must be grateful to technology for allowing us to maintain our connection with you. A father's prime duty is to bestow spiritual knowledge to his children and to deliver them from the pangs of material life. He is their guide back home to Goloka. You are busy fulfilling this duty as a father and a spiritual master, and I am extremely grateful to you for all your endeavors. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for you have sacrificed your entire life for us. I am one of the many souls who is fortunate enough to relish the nectar you give to us on a daily basis in the form of transcendental knowledge. Studying Srimad Bhagavatam and the Yoga is a real privilege, and I'm really grateful to you for having started these classes since the beginning of COVID. Studying scripture under the guidance of the bona fide spiritual master is recommended. There's no deviation or diversion of the truth. We know we are receiving the knowledge in an unadulterated way, and through Parampara. I am most fortunate to have been accepted by you as your disciple. The Lord has been very kind to me to have bestowed such favor upon this poor soul. You are indeed his very special agent, following in the footsteps of your very own spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada remains with us through you, through your teachings and your association. Such greatness as yours is not to be spoken about, but to be felt, to be realized. And this is realized through witnessing and experiencing your first-class dedication and impeccable behavior as a devotee of the Lord. You are the epitome of discipline and encounter following Shastra. To me, you are Uttama Adhikari, the top-notch devotee. Srila Gurudev, I thank you again and again for the kindness and dedication you show towards your disciples. Not even ill health keeps you away from serving the devotees. Despite your challenging health issues, you maintain your duties as a spiritual master, just so that your children are not neglected or abandoned. You have given us so much of your life, and I personally am truly grateful to you. One has to be totally blessed to have a spiritual master like yourself, and I do feel blessed. This is not just an expression of sentiment, but a real feeling that I know and experience. The bliss of receiving knowledge and instruction on how to ultimately achieve Krishna Prema through a bona fide spiritual master is just indescribable, and it is this that makes me understand that I have indeed been saved from the clutches of Maya. My dear spiritual master, everything you do is for the pleasure of Lord Sri Krishna. That's what Krishna consciousness means, that whatever you do, whatever you eat, do it as an offering to the Lord. You are following in the footsteps of the great acharyas, and there is no doubt that you yourself are a true Mahabharata. I once again wish you an amazing Vyasa Puja. My prayers for you are for good health and a long and blissful association with us. May Sri Krishna bless you immensely, so that you eventually attain the highest goal of perfection of life. Please bless me too, so that I never let go of your lotus feet, and that I never deviate from this part of Krishna consciousness. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai. Hare Krishna, your fallen servant, disciple, and daughter, Shanabhambi Devi Das.
Thank you, Mother Shamalam Kushama Balavi. Next up we have Krishna Balaram Prabhu. Please can I ask that Radha Charan Mataji, Shamalata Mataji, and Jai Radhika Mataji be in readiness. Thank you. Krishna Balaram Prabhu's offering is on page 71.
Dearest Gomaj, please accept my obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Gomaj, on this most auspicious day. Our Vedic scripture continuously emphasizes the importance of the spiritual master. And today I'd like to remind myself of some of the instances I've come across this in the readings of Srila Prabhupada's books. Recently, I read in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2nd chapter, verse 37, the following verse. It summarizes our journey to Krishna consciousness. Vayam Vitiyapinis Vesatasva Isad Apetasya Viparyayo Asmirti Tanmaya Yato Buddha Abhajit Tam Bhakti Yaikash Yesham Guru Devadma. Fear arises when a living entity misidentifies himself as a material body because of absorption in the external illusory energy of the Lord. When the living entity thus turns away from the Supreme Lord, he also forgets his own constitutional position as a servant of the Lord. This bewildering, fearful condition is affected by the potency of illusion called Maya. Therefore, an intelligent person should engage unflinchingly in unalloyed devotional service of the Lord, under the guidance of a modified spiritual master, whom he should accept as his worshipable deity and as his very life and soul. Although this verse aptly captures our hopeless attempt to enjoy the material world, it also very succinctly describes our journey back to God. The critical part, of course, is surrender to the spiritual master and working under his guidance. This guidance is repeated hundreds, if not thousands of times in Srila Prabhupada's writings, his lectures and his conversations. In Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna first introduces this concept in the 2nd chapter, verse 7. Kalpanya dosha pahata swabhava prichami tvam rama samudacheta yakshriya siya nishita bhumitam me sisyaste aham sadi mam tvam pripana. Now I'm confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of my weakness. In this condition, I'm asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am a disciple and a soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. Srila Prabhupada writes in the purport, quote, the Vedic wisdom therefore advises that in order to solve the perplexities of life and to understand the science of the solution, one must approach a spiritual master who is in the disciplined succession. A person with a bona fide spiritual master is supposed to know everything. One should not, therefore, remain in the material perplexities, but should approach a spiritual master. This is the purport of this verse. End quote. I want to analyze the Bhagavatam from the perspective of highlighting each chapter and identifying each interaction of Guru and disciple. But as I pursued this through Canto 1, I realized it is a book on its own. So I resolved to summarize it as follows. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, there is a continuous questioning of aspirants to spiritual guides in the pursuit of knowledge, starting from Sonaka Rishi, questioning Sutta Goswami, Sutta's revelation of his hearing Sukadeva Goswami, and the hundreds of recollections in between to strengthen and reinforce the importance of bhakti, and especially emphasize the importance of hearing from the realized soul. There is so much more information on this topic, and I intend to continue to delve deeper into this topic. For now, I can conclude that there is more than enough evidence to convince a fool like myself the importance of yourself in my life. Somehow, from the first interactions with you, we took care of me spiritually, answering my questions, solving challenges, and introducing me to Sridhar Vrindavan and many wonderful places of the Goswamis, Giriyaj Govardhan and Mayapur. And at the onset, sharing and explaining the importance of reading and studying Srila Prabhupada's books. We have always maintained working under an authority and serve you with sincerity. Without you, I would simply be a fool wandering around aimlessly. I cannot separate my dependence on you and the value you have added to my life in these last few decades. I thank you for your guidance, your love that you give in an unending way, and the time you take to set me onto the right path and the care that you give me. I thank you very much from the depths of my heart, and I pray that I am always guided, corrected, and loved by you. The following servant, Krishna Balaram Das.
Thank you, Krishna Balaram Prabhu. Next up, we have Mother Shamalata Devidasi, and her offering is on page 149.
Krishna, dearest Shri Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances unto your divine lotus feet. All glories to Shri Prabhupada and all glories to your divine grace. Happy 72nd Vyasa Puja, my beloved Shri Gurudev. May Lord Krishna always bless you with good health and happiness. Your divine grace deserves only the best. My master, you are magnanimous in all that you do. Your work is in ISKCON is voluminous in every aspect of life, presenting numerous programs both online and personal, traveling extensively despite health issues. A very sincere and true disciple of your spiritual master, His Divine Grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, 24/7. Dear Gurudev, you also readily honor our request with your association, such as the house program, rain feeding, attending wedding, etc. You are ever so ready always to positively please the devotees despite your busy schedule, thereby helping and trying to keep devotees fixed in their Krishna consciousness. I will always appreciate and will never forget your support and mercy during my Prabhu Vaishnava Dam's passing on. You were present for his last rites, the third day 7th memorial service, and for his 1-year memorial service, driving for 4 hours from Newcastle that morning. I will also always express my gratitude to you, dearest Gurudev, for your presence at my 2 daughters, Lalita Devidasi and Sati Devidasi's wedding. We only fix dates according to your schedule, so that they can receive your mercy to these occasions. Gurudev, although your preaching program is super magnanimous, you mercifully attended. I bow down again and again at your divine lotus feet, Gurudev. I pray that as your disciple, I may imbibe at least a minor part of your quality, dearest Gurudev. I always appreciate your daily sacrifices in propagating Krishna consciousness. May all of mankind also follow this process. Your servant Shamalata Devidasi.
Thank you, Mother Shamalata Devidasi. Next up, we have Jai Radhika Mataji, and she will be accompanied by her daughter, Bhakti Shreya. Jai Radhika Mataji's offering is on page 55, and Shreya's will be on page 229.
Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev. My offering this year is a poem that I've
written to describe you in my life. It's entitled A Mighty Spiritual Warrior. I am guided by a mighty spiritual warrior. He stands tall like a effulgent statue, towering over everyone, in his orange robes and chanting battle, speaking the name of the Supreme Lord with the clarity and attentiveness of the sages of Navashraya forest, leaving an indelible imprint in the soul of this daily crawling spiritual being, trying desperately to relish the taste of the holy meal. This warrior, this mighty warrior, with a heart of pure gold, has extended his hand to gently push the spirit soul forward towards the sweet abode of Goloka, and away from basking in the doldrums of Maya. This warrior, this mighty warrior, is like the Shintamani stone of Goloka, dispensing mercy to everyone he touches. This warrior, this mighty warrior, is my armor against Maya. This warrior, this mighty warrior, is a dispenser of faith in the holy name, dispensing courage and dependence on the holy name, and always reminding me of who I really am. To this mighty warrior, my Guru, my Father, I lay my life down at your lotus feet. I humble all I am to you. Every good in me, I lay it at your lotus feet. Your servant, your daughter, Jayalika Vyasa.
Thank you, Mother Jayalika. Now we have Bhakti Shreya, and her offering is on page 229.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Gurudev. Today I will read Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.10. Prayena Payusha Sapya Kalabhasme Yoge Jana Manda Sumanda Matayo Manda Bhajya Yudhipachutaha. In this age of Kali, people have short lifespans due to the artificial standards of living, overeating, and over-sense gratification. They are lazy in understanding spiritual subject matter. They are misguided due to a bad system of education. They are unlucky because of a lack of association of pure devotees such as yourself, Gurudev. And above all, they are always disturbed. Even though they know about their well-being, they are so engrossed in sense gratification that they have not yet obtained a favorable opportunity to practice what they have heard. Furthermore, there is danger everywhere, such as crime, disease, natural disasters, war, etc. As an almost teenager, I was stuck in this material world with no way out, drowning in my sorrows until I took shelter of your lotus feet. As a fallen soul, I came to you at 2 years old in the hope of being delivered from this ocean of suffering and have a chance to enter Goloka. I always feel like you carry the Lord's lotus feet, which emanated from the Ganges in your spirit. After emanating from the lotus feet, Mother Ganga goes away. However, she still has the power to purify those who come in contact with her. So what to speak of pure devotees such as yourself, Gurudev, who never leave the lotus feet of the Lord? Srimad Bhagavatam says that one should understand Krishna in truth, and this one can only do by serving a pure devotee.
Thank you, dear Srila Gurudev, for giving me the opportunity to serve you, even though I'm so forward. In order to cross this ocean of Kali, a boat and a captain are needed. Dear Srila Gurudev, your mercy, guidance, and association took the form of my boat, and you kindly took the position of captain to guide me through the rough waters of Kali Yuga. I will further be indebted to you and be in your service. Thank you for everything you did and continue to do for me, especially for giving me the mercy to chant my rounds daily. Your fallen servant, Dr. Shreya Raj Chetya.
Thank you, Dr. Shreya. Next up, we have Chaitanya Leela Dasi, his Vata Vidya. Her offering is on page 25. Please can I ask that Vrindavan Das Thakur Das Prabhu, Padmani Priya Mataji, and Sham Kishore Prabhu be in readiness. Thank you.
Dear Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this auspicious day of your Shri Vyasa Puja, I am reminiscing about all the times I have spent with you. Today, I feel very fortunate to have had a wonderful association over the years. This included cooking for you, traveling with you to programs, and always getting your mercy. Cooking for you was really fun. Firstly, I did not know how to cook, yet you mercifully allowed me to serve you in that way. I used to bring my cookbook to Gurudev, and you would choose a menu, and being very young, I always wanted to do it by myself, and I would be late. Yet Gurudev would be so merciful and patient, and still accept the food. I got a chance to cook for Gurudev in Vrindavan on my first visit to the Dham. I did not have any spices, so I decided to use the spices in Gurudev's kitchen. I cooked a calabash and a potato curry. A few minutes later, Gurudev came downstairs and he said, Chaitanya Leela, I thought you could do better than that. The sabji was so hot, no one could put it in one's mouth. I did not know that the spice was pure chili. I felt so bad and made my way to Lord Bazaar to buy spices. The next day, I cooked for Gurudev again. That is Gurudev's mercy. Once, I was having a bad day and was missing home. Gurudev phoned the Malaysia temple. I answered the phone, and Gurudev said, Oh Chaitanya Leela, I was thinking of you and was hoping you would answer the phone. And we had this very nice conversation about Dhruva Maharaj and how he set an example for us. That is Gurudev's mercy. I was once sick here at Radha, and the medication I was on would make me drowsy. So I would be sitting in the temple room dozing during japa, and this went on for a few days. Then Gurudev called me and asked me what was wrong. So I was telling him about the meds. Gurudev said, throw those meds away, it is the wrong medication. That is Gurudev's mercy. I'm very fortunate to have had all these wonderful moments with Gurudev. I'm most grateful for his mercy, for giving me his shelter, for tolerating me. Gurudev is always accessible to all. No matter how busy Gurudev is, he always makes time for anyone. Gurudev also has this most amazing nature. He's always approachable and always willing to answer our questions. Gurudev, I beg for your merciful glance on me always. Please continue to guide me, chastise me, and keep me at your divine lotus feet. Please pardon me for all my shortcomings. Thank you for so patiently guiding me just as a father would guide his child. Thank you for being my perfect father. Please forgive me for all my offenses caused. Begging for your mercy always, your daughter always, Chaitanya Leela Das.
Prashad that they partook in earlier? I didn't hear that. Did everyone enjoy the Prashad that they partook in earlier? Right, so now I need to see proof of it. Everyone please raise your hands, and all together we are going to chant the Maha Mantra as loud as possible. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. So next up we have Vrindavan Das Thakur Das, and his offering is on page 207.
It has been some years since you gave me what I call the donkey instruction. The instruction was that I called, don't work like a donkey. Let your wife Chaitanya do that. You serve only time. At that time it seemed like a simple enough instruction to follow. However, it was very difficult to follow any man. I never realized that the instruction from a great personality will not be simple and easy to follow. Over the years, I have realized that in order to follow this instruction, I need to change my lifestyle. All this time, I was trying to mold your instruction to suit my lifestyle, hence I constantly failed. When I realized that I had to mold my lifestyle to suit your instruction, then I became more committed to the service of holy life and more committed to living by this instruction. When you gave me this instruction, I didn't know how important it was at that time. Now I know that it will form the basis of my life until the end. In this instruction, you told me who I am, the servant of God in time. But I didn't want to accept it. I didn't realize how personal your words were. I'm sure you have given this instruction to others, that by adding the donkey to mine, you personalized it for me only. Dear Guru Maharaj, thank you for all these years that I had with you, and thank you for the years to come. You have always had an open door. You have always answered my most ridiculous questions. Thank you for that. A servant can wish his master well. A servant can bless his master. My wishes are that you will continue to please Srila Prabhupada. My blessings are that you will continue to please Srila Prabhupada. On your auspicious appearance, please accept my humble obeisances, my well wishes, and my blessings. Hare Krishna, your servant and your well wisher, Vyasa Puja.
Thank you, Vrindavan Prabhu. Is Mother Padmini Priya present? Okay, moving on. Next up, we have Shankishore Prabhu, and his offering is on page 172. Please can I ask that Kirtida Mataji, Rasalila Mataji, and Gopaleshwari Mataji be in readiness?
Hare Krishna, dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace on this auspicious occasion of your Sri Vyasa Puja. Living in times where the mind is constantly bombarded with distractions can make it seriously challenging to always remember our most important goals of life. With these distractions and the serious challenges of trying to balance the demands of life, the common man or woman does not have time to contemplate the important questions of life. He or she only has enough time to catch his or her breath after a short weekend before plunging back into the deep ocean of survival, also known as material life. Added to this, the concept of absolute truth is frowned upon, and truth is rather subjective and whatever one thinks it should be. In primary schools these days, there is freedom for one to choose his or her own gender identity before even having sufficient wisdom, knowledge, or maturity to do so, which can results in the loss of identity, even on a psychological level, let alone trying to identify ourselves as spiritual souls. Furthermore, with the strong presence of atheism, being a religious person is laughed at. Peer pressure is further forcing the common man and women to subscribe to atheistic views mindlessly. It is awakening for me to realize how strong atheism actually is in many countries around the world. This mindless, truthless, subjective, and atheistic world shows the strong infiltration of Maya. The world feels different from the times when I was growing up. Things seemed a little simpler then, but I think my parents felt the same way. At the start of the ILS in Mayapur earlier this year, in his Bhagavatam class, His Holiness Devamrita Swami was talking about the reality of the doomsday clock and was pointing out the stark urgency for spreading spiritual wisdom in a serious way. It really shook me up and got my mind into gear. For the time, I felt the urgency too, but it faded away due to the false appearance that everything appears to be okay. Maya once again deceiving me into a state of comfort. While the bleak nature of Kali Yuga is progressing strongly, the beacon of light and joy remains the oasis of Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet. Srila Gurudev, because you are a person spreading Srila Prabhupada's beacon of hope everywhere, you are an angel protecting the world from demoniac tendencies. You are protecting the world from impersonalism. This truly deserves the highest level of gratitude. You are someone who truly understands the urgency of spreading Krishna consciousness everywhere for the benefit of everyone. This is the ultimate level of compassion. Thank you, Srila Gurudev, for everything you are doing for Srila Prabhupada's movement and for his divine legacy. How is it possible for a person like me to convince an atheist about a spiritual path using logic? Many of them put strong arguments forward. However, it's the Krishna conscious experience that is the most tangible thing that I have. I.e., in other words, the holy names, prasadam, and the association of the person Bhagavat. Coming into the association of your divine grace is an experience that is beyond the mental plane. Coming into the presence of a transcendental personality who is truthful, selfless, sincere, clean internally and externally, knowledgeable and thoughtful to such a high degree is something that is rare today. Such a person really stands out. It's just so starkly evident. Thus, to me, devotees like you are the rarest, most treasured gems on this planet, who are creating the good fortune for everyone to develop some attraction for Krishna. What is most tangible for me is devotee relationships. This is my only hope. Being connected to your divine grace roots me firmly in the cyclonic world. The depth of the relationship between the spiritual master and the disciple and amongst the devotees is far deeper than any relationship I've experienced beyond the bounds of Srila Prabhupada's Islam. You are a propagator of Bhakti Sadachara, the crest jewel of the Vaishnavas. You are a propagator of the 6 loving exchanges amongst devotees. This devotional experience through devotional relationships is reason and tangible enough for anyone to want to call ISKCON home. Thank you for being a guardian of Srila Prabhupada's body, Srila Gurudev. Thank you for being my beacon of light. Thank you for being a Srila Prabhupada man. I beg you for your merciful prayers so that I may deepen my inner journey, become authentically surrendered to Krishna, and to develop real love for Krishna and all of his devotees. I beg you to put in a good word to Krishna for me so that he may consider me, even for a fraction of a second. I pray to you to give me the strength and intelligence to persevere in my current seva and to go beyond this. Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj, your grateful son, Shyam Kishore Das.
Thank you, Shyam Kishore Prabhu. Next up, we have Mother Kirtila for offering his lunch in the motion.
Dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my most respectful and humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. All glories to you, Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, and dear devotees. On this most joyous occasion of your Vyasa Puja celebration, I am privileged to be given the opportunity to express my gratitude. As one of your conditioned soul, I thank you with all of my heart on this auspicious day for putting me on the path of devotional service by introducing Krishna consciousness in my life. I sometimes wonder where I would have been had it not been for your mercy. I am certain that I would have been struggling in the dense forest of illusion and suffering. You have indeed given me the incomparable gift by taking me out of darkness and placing me in the light of Krishna consciousness. Now that you have shown me what my goal in life is, I humbly request that you shower me with your mercy so that I may one day attain this goal. You are the most kindest, generous, forgiving, and noble in spirit. Having these qualities make you such a bona fide representative of Srila Prabhupada, bringing us into Krishna consciousness and delivering us so many conditioned souls struggling in place of birth and death. Your impeccable manners, despite many inconveniences and health challenges, you enthusiastically carried out your spiritual master's orders with great taste and determination, completely relying on Lord Krishna. You have taught me by your own example how one can cross over all the obstacles on the path of devotional services by having complete faith in one's spiritual master and Shri Krishna. It is so heartening to see my spiritual master taking up so many conditioned souls of the lap of Maya and placing them onto the path back home, back to Godhead. On this auspicious day of the Vyasa Puja, I beg that you shower me with some mercy so that I can follow you in your footsteps and help spread this Krishna conscious movement. Guru Maharaj, I honestly believe that this very moment is the most opportune time for me to show and express my gratitude, my heartfelt bliss, and my forever happiness, joy, and love on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. Gurudev, I will end with a prayer. By the way, this is my daily prayer dedicated to Maharaj. Guru Maharaj, I want to thank you from the very bottom of my heart for being such an elevated spiritualist, disciple, and representative of Srila Prabhupada, and in propagating his Krishna conscious movement throughout the world. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. Thank you, Guru Maharaj. I also pray that our divine couple, Sri Radharani and Sri Krishna, bless and always keep you in good health. Yours forever servant, Vyasa.
Thank you, Mother Kirtida. Next up, we have Mother Rasa Leela, and her offering is on page 134.
Please accept our humble praise. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you, dear Guru. On this very auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, we consider ourselves very fortunate to have you as our spiritual father, our dearest Guru. In Bhagavad Gita 4:3-4, Krishna says, Tat iti pranideta Parikrishna seva Upadushanti Yana Yaninastat Vardasha. The translation. Just trying to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual material circumstances with all material challenges have the tendency to pull one away from the spiritual path. Sometimes even for long. But when we understand we have the Guru, our beloved spiritual master, as powerful and caring as yourself, we immediately develop our spiritual energy, especially in our devotional service. We want to express our gratitude to you, Guru, for being there for us and giving us shelter at your lotus. We notice, Guru, that you don't believe much in retirement. Therefore, your activities to preach Krishna consciousness have gone to much higher levels, especially with all the international travels you do. We cannot keep up with you, even through this. There is no doubt that you are a bona fide representative of our church, coming down the line of discipline succession, a very serious and humble disciple of Srila Prabhupada. You are very kind and caring, not only to your disciples, but to everyone. You love Krishna gracefully, even with great love. Have a lovely blessed day. Congratulations. Disciples and children, blessed be the last, blessed be the Krishna.
Thank you, Mother Radha. Next up, we have Mother Gopaleshwari, and her offering is on page 42.
So another year has gone by with the most confident activities that we have before. We have listened to all the years of our culture and we have further continued in the service of God and Krishna. This is where our living and the life of Krishna becoming our heart and all that we need. This is what the Prabhupada wants. Us to create and to highlight all the qualities. We will be able to see that you have inspired a long time ago. So today, you want to do that. Save souls with us that we just not service. This is your business. This is our business. And it makes you do the business to do that. From under our feet to the beginning of the end of the vision. We absolutely do every single day. So today, we make no decision on whether we use as long as they are very thankful and the glory of life. One who is not has become the permanent of the Lord, the Son of Mother Teresa. So please have duties only to maintain the body. Reflect God for human desires and embrace individual and particular qualities. Such is the process of pure devotional service. This is what we usually love to cultivate this way. Thank you for the way of everything my family and I and yourself.
pray for every mercy and service. Looks like everybody should be happy.
Thank you, Madam Dr. Ishwari. Up next, we have Vedurati Vyasa, and her offering is on page 193. Please can I ask that Shah Mohan Das and Sri Nityananda Prabhu be in readiness.
My dear Lord and Master of my heart, Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, the radiant son of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada eloquently explains in a purport to the verse in Srimad Bhagavatam 3:28. Quote, actually, in Vaikuntha, for the spiritual sky, there is nothing but freshness. Even the flowers picked from the trees and plants remain fresh, for everything in the spiritual sky retains its originality and does not fade. The fragrance of the flowers picked from the trees and made into garlands does not fade, for both the trees and the flowers are spiritual. Unquote. Upon reading this verse, I once remembered you. You are absolutely like a flower picked from the spiritual world, Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj. Always fresh and never fading. You are a true spiritual gem, the spiritual warrior of Prabhupada. Inspired by this year's Vyasa Puja theme, traveling in the service of Srila Prabhupada, you have brought us all a one-way ticket back to God. Not only that, you are also the pilot flying the plane, gracefully guiding us, as well as a host, taking care of us so nicely with great attention. Please also remind me not to miss the flight. There are so many family members on board whom are so loving. Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, you are as brilliant as the sun, and your disciples are like the sunshine, beaming with your love. With an oceanic and systematic preaching style, presenting beautiful seminars globally, you have created 3 important laws that I try to remember daily, the 3 japa laws. Number 1, be attentive. Number 2, be attentive. And number 3, above all else, whatever you do, be attentive. It reminds me of a wonderful memory I have with you from here at Sri Radha Temple. In February 2020, you were mercifully teaching me how to take photographs of the deities. And that's how I learned the 3 most important laws of taking photos of the deities. I remember you asked me to guess them. And boy oh boy, am I hopeless. Well, anyway, here are the laws. Number 1, always use a tripod. Number 2, always use a tripod. And number 3, above all else, whatever you do, always use a tripod. Well, Sri Maharaj, if I could guess now, I could say you are very much like a tripod. If you are anything like a personal tripod, well, then you are a tall and magnanimous personality. You taught me that day that if we want to really capture Shri Radha Krishna, beautifully and perfectly, we need a tripod. We need support. We cannot do it on our own. It would be impossible to be perfect. So if we want perfection, we need this biomedium. So in order to capture Radha Krishna, Giriraj, Gauranga, Nityananda, Srila Prabhupada, the Vaishnavas, in order to capture their wonderful hearts, we need you, Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj. We cannot be successful without you. A saintly person sees with their ears, not their eyes. Thank you for always being attentive to us and making the time to hear us and listen to us. Sukritam Sarvabhutanam, Bhagavad Gita 5:29. He, Krishna, is the heartfelt friend and well-wisher of every being. Unquote. You taught us when affectionately presenting Bhagavad Gita that Krishna takes personal interest in all of us. And so do you, Guru Maharaj. You expertly deal with us all uniquely and personally. And that makes you such a wonderful representative of Shri Shri Radha Krishna. Thank you for this. You are a gift who knows perfectly how to help us all individually. You teach us, just like Srila Prabhupada taught, that if we hear about Krishna, his qualities and pastimes, we can develop some love for him. We are fortunate to be a part of your pastimes, that we can see you, hear your classes, jump joyously in your kirtan, dive deeper in chant and japa with you, turning brown metal into gold. You are doing such amazing service for Srila Prabhupada. Truly amazing. I recall you quoting the sweet verse whilst enthusiastically teaching us the nectar of devotion. It is from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila 13:18. Quote, I am not a Brahmana, I am not a Kshatriya, I am not a Vaishya or a Shudra, nor am I a brahmachari, a householder, a vanaprastha or a sannyasi. I identify myself only as the servant of the servant of the lotus feet of Lord Sri Krishna, the maintainer of the devotees. He is like an ocean of nectar, and he is the cause of universal transcendental bliss. He is always existing with brilliance. You perfectly illustrate this verse to us with your actions. The best teachers lead by example, and Srila Bhakti Chaitanya Maharaj, you are the example that comes to mind when thinking of serving. Your humility gently holds my feet. So on this Maha Mahotsava, your Sri Vyasa Puja, I would like to offer this prayer from your heart that you offered in 2020 to your dearest father, Srila Prabhupada. Quote, we are praying on this most sacred day to get a little empowerment from you, so we can represent you and carry things on in such ways that you will be pleased. Only in this way can we be successful. Unquote. I am not special, but I am certainly nothing without your praise. With love always, your insignificant daughter who prays to be your servant. Amen.
Jai. Thank you, Venerable Mataji. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Next up, we have Shama Prabhu, and his offering is on page 179.
My dearest Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances of glory to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, Guru Maharaj, on this wonderful and auspicious occasion of your 72nd anniversary. The connection between Guru and disciple arises only due to the punya, almost always without knowing or unwittingly on the part of the disciple and by the Lord's immeasurable mercy. Srila Prabhupada explained that for the meeting of the disciple with his Guru, God himself makes the arrangements. In a room conversation recorded on the 23rd of May 1974, Srila Prabhupada said, therefore God has portrayed the Guru of the spiritual master within the heart, and the physical spiritual master is God's mercy. If God sees that you are sincere, he will give you a spiritual master who can really protect you. He will help you from within and without. Without in the physical form of a spiritual master, and within as a spiritual master, within the heart. On this day of your Vyasa Puja, we give thanks to Lord Krishna for the manifestation of his mercy in the form of the spiritual master. that is usual. We take this opportunity to express our gratitude and appreciation of you, of and to you, even though any amount of words or sentiment in qualification will never be sufficient. The spiritual master is prolific in great knowledge, continuously learning it, living it, and teaching it. The Vedas become manifested and understood by those who hear from it, from a bona fide spiritual master, who masters it as if guided by Krishna himself, presents it in a way that it is understood. Anyone who knows it would know this to be very true of you. Without compromising the integrity and the exactitude of the Vedas, we keep it fresh and relevant for all that hear it from you. I am deeply appreciative of you, of having you in my life, Gurudev, ever since knowing you, interacting with you, serving you and observing you. You have demonstrated yourself as the perfect embodiment of the spiritual master as described in all the scriptures. You work tirelessly for the benefit of the disciples, aspiring disciples, well-wishers, and anyone else that is receptive to you. You take very seriously your service to Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada. Now that you are able to travel to preaching events in different parts of the world, you do so with the energy and the exuberance of your yesterdays. You never seem to slow down. You are ever so willing to engage in dialogue with anyone who seeks your guidance. You constantly arrange and rearrange your plans to accommodate a conversation or an event. No crowd is too big or too small that will alter or determine your plans. On this day, I get to renew my vows to the Lord, that I will always remain your very grateful servant, that I will never take you in my relationship with you, that I will continue to follow your instructions in full prostration, that I will always be part of this one, and that I will continue to render service to this one. I pray to Srila Prabhupada, Parapara, and Nitai Gauranga that you remain in good health so that you may continue with your service for many, many years to come. We love you and we cannot imagine why you do. Your servant, Shama.
Thank you, Shama. Up next, we have Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and his offering is on page 159.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Mantare Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Mantare Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhu Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Iti Namane. Namami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Sevinam Sri Brajadan Mahatmya Pradarshaka Kripa. Thank you, devotees. Hare Krishna, dearest Gurudev. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, dear Gurudev. It has been a little more than a year now since you found it in your unfathomably gracious and magnanimous heart to accept me by initiation. Your kindness can never be repaid. I will never be able to do something sufficient to settle the debt I owe to you, not in 10 nor 10 million years. But I must try to tender some meager installment, and so often I meditate on it, and it is humbling indeed, but stirring and engaging for the body, my mind, and my intelligence, such as it is. I am grateful beyond description for this. What a matchless gift you have seeded in oneself. What a matchless gift to have seeded in oneself, a yearning for something which does not bring inevitable destruction. A yearning which feels at once gentle and indestructible, its bliss at once present and eternal. How can I serve? How can I serve better? How can I serve nicely? How can I be less unconscious? How can I be more Krishna conscious? How can I surrender something more? How can I look more deeply? How can I more closely? How can I look more closely and find that old thing, that newly uncovered thing, to offer into the fire of my sadhana? How can I become worthy of you, your kindness, an impossible task, and impossibly wonderful? For 35 years I thought I was Krishna conscious. For 35 years I thought I was a little Krishna conscious. Though through my arrogant pride and with my small intelligence, I thought I understood what Krishna consciousness was. Through my misadventures, I thought I was Krishna conscious. In the depths of despair, I thought I was Krishna conscious. At the edge of disaster, I thought I was Krishna conscious. And at the brink of death, I thought I was Krishna conscious. But I was no more than a fraudulent fool, a hopeless case. Hopeless, until you reached out your hand, as effulgent as the sun, into the dark water of Lesbians. Its violent swirling currents and thunderous crashing waves, disturbing you no more than a babbling brook disturbs a towering, majestic elephant. And you lifted me from the abyss and covered me with kindness and grace. To hope for the dust of your lotus feet is far too much for me to conceive. The very sight of your lotus feet is complete bliss. So undeserving do I feel of this darshan, of this inconceivable mercy, that at once I want to run away in shame for my disgraceful existence. But so drawn is my heart and mind to your lotus feet that I am stunned in their presence and I can barely move enough to look away even for a moment. So I am practically frozen there, my body trembling imperceptibly with ecstatic gratitude. My ears drinking in every syllable of your nectarian words, Shri Prajadam. They are my greatest pleasure. They are all I have that has any value. Without them, I am bereft, a penniless pauper. In so many ways now, the tests of my resolve to become Krishna conscious seem amplified, more targeted, but by some inconceivable strength, which is not mine, and can come only by your mercy, I seem to be gaining a foothold and climbing up the slippery banks of material life. Have no hubris, and just hold on firmly to your effulgent saffron torch. I know just one moment of false pride, or lapsed endeavor, and I will most certainly falter, lose my footing, and tumble back down. And so my only pride is my pride in you as my master. And my primary endeavor is to serve you and somehow or other please you. To try to be of some use and move beyond sentiment. I commit to you, dear Guru Maharaj, to try to always serve you, practically, and so work hard to achieve something small as an offering to your lotus feet, and to those of your beloved, our beloved, Srila Prabhupada. I am never in need of your correction and your chastisement. I am always seeking them. By your potency, so often you do so in your words, in a class, or in a live broadcast or recording. And I always want to hear more. I am entirely dependent on your words and your instruction. Dear Guru Maharaj, please forgive my offenses and my incompetencies. Eternally and gratefully, your servant, Shri Nityananda Das.
Thank you, Shri Nityananda Prabhu. Next up, we have an offering by Yogeshwari Devidasi. However, it will be read by her mom, Kishori Mataji, and her offering will be on page 217. Please can I ask that Mother Ujwala Prema, Rasamrita Mataji, and Radha Thakurani Mataji be in readiness. Krishna, will you present on behalf of Yogeshwari Devidasi?
dear merciful Srila Gurudev, on page 217. My dear merciful Master Srila Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. Gurudev, for over a year now, due to being a new monk, I have been struggling with time, mostly time for my spiritual practice. My practice has become simple, and my service has become streamlined. This means that I am even more dependent on your mercy to carry me through. You are always committed to your spiritual practice and to Srila Prabhupada's mission, regardless of what you are faced with. Your example is the perfect anchor for all of us. You are resilient through health issues, global calamities, politics, and your own responsibilities. You remain fixed and focused. Thank you for being that inspiration for us. We were fortunate to receive a lot of your association in South Africa after coming out of COVID. Unfortunately, I felt like I started taking it for granted. Recently, you have started traveling again, and I see how devotees in various countries appreciate being in your presence. I feel foolish for not taking advantage of your association as much as I can when given the opportunity. Your travels have made me miss your association again, and I pray to never take your association for granted ever again. You are a direct conduit of Srila Prabhupada's mercy, and I am a fool if I don't realize that. Remaining at your lotus feet is the only way for me to connect with Krishna and to receive the grace of Krishna. I was deeply impacted by the passing of His Holiness Kadambakanana Swami, who was a powerful inspiration and merciful uncle to me, and a leader that certainly leaves behind a gap. But his glorious passing has proved that this process is perfect and complete. He was also a perfect example for master, but also of a disciple. He served his spiritual master expertly, and his love for and dependence on holy name was inconceivable. But mostly for me now, there is the lesson of gratitude and direct service to be performed to the spiritual master in his physical form while he can. I am deeply grateful to you, Gurudev. Thank you for everything you have done for me over so many years. Thank you for pulling me along. Thank you for pushing me to do my rounds in my teenage years and for taking the time to chant with me. Thank you for all your prayers for my material pursuits. Thank you for engaging me in your service. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being patient with me. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple so that my Krishna consciousness can be established. You are invested in your disciples developing a personal connection with Krishna, and that is the deepest form of compassion. Thank you, even when thank you is not enough. I am always indebted to you, Gurudev. Please always engage me in your service. Please always instruct me, and if you wish to do so, please criticize me. O merciful Master, I am deeply dependent on your mercy. Please be merciful unto me. Please also be merciful unto Tarini Gaurangi, and please always shower her with your blessings. Your struggling daughter, Yogeshwari Devi Dasi, Yogi.
Thank you, Mother Yogeshwari and Mother Kishori. Next up, we have Mother Ujjwala Prema, and her offering is on page 183.
Krishna Prasthaya Srimati Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Namami Bhakti Chaitanya, Prabhupada and Seva, Sri Pradhanamani and Rudashika. Hare Krishna, my dear Srila Gurudev, my all merciful spiritual master and Father, please accept my most humble obeisances at the dust of your divine lotus feet. On this auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja, we have an opportunity to renew our commitments in serving you and Srila Prabhupada's mission with much more love and enthusiasm. Also, to review our fallings and accomplishments in the past year. It is a time to reflect on the sacrifices you have made to bring us closer to Sri Radha and Sri Krishna. It is a special day that brings us together and strengthens the unity of our spiritual family. My utmost reverence and gratitude to Srila Prabhupada, who introduced and taught the art of celebrating the spiritual master's appearance day. Today, we are able to celebrate and offer gratitude to you, Srila Gurudev. Since I am inexperienced and certainly not free from the contamination of material existence, I need your mercy and guidance. Please bless me so that I may enthusiastically and happily hear and chant the holy names attentively. Please overlook my bad qualities and allow me to serve you. May my dedication to follow your instructions be engraved in my heart until the end of my life. Srila Gurudev, even though I am full of faults and deficiencies, always keep me under your divine shelter. Just a little extra note. Since we have joined Gurudev online, I just want to thank Srila Gurudev for allowing me to serve on this online Facebook page. It's an honor to serve you, Srila Gurudev, and I wish we could do more to bring many fallen souls at your lotus feet. It's a tremendous experience for myself and all that are serving you on this online program. And we are so grateful to you, Srila Gurudev, that you have brought the importance of chanting the holy names, chanting the holy names, and chanting the holy names. Thank you, Srila Gurudev.
Thank you, Mother Ujjwala Prema. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! Next up, we have Mother Ras Amrita. Her offering is not in the book of Srila Gurudev.
Om Jnana Timirandasya, Gananjana Shalakaya, Chakshur Anjalitamaya, Tasmai Shri Rubhan Maha. Namah Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Sevanam, Shri Rajajana Mahatmya, Pradarshika Kripanavam. In Greek philosophy, there is a character called Sisyphus, who received a terrible punishment from Hades, where he was forced to roll a giant boulder up to the top of a hill, only to have it roll back again. And every time it reached the top of the hill, only to have it roll back again. Likewise, in this material existence, we too are tied every day to rituals in a continuous entrapment. The truth is that the character of Sisyphus will never actually make it to the top of the hill. The system is built for him to fail. In our own lives, we too, in this material universe, are stuck and trapped in endless cycles
of uncertainty, where we live on a razor's edge, continuously waiting for our next stop. But we can get a break from these cycles of ultimate danger. It is to develop a relationship with a bona fide spiritual teacher. And it is only this way that we transcend these endless, repeated rituals. I'm honored this evening to actually celebrate, pay tribute, and offer gratitude to my spiritual Srila Gurudev, His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami, who falls into the bona fide disciplic succession because he becomes the biomedium of transmitting sacred spiritual knowledge. It is stated in the verse, Evam Paramparam Prakatam. This supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it that way. This fundamental principle of seeking spiritual knowledge is re-established in the verse that says, learn the truth from approaching a spiritual master, inquire from him submissively, and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you, because he has seen the truth. Maharaj, I'm so proud to say that I've grown up in front of you for decades, and I can confidently declare it this evening that you are the epitome of role models, actually, because in your own manifestation of your spiritual practice, you show us how to serve our spiritual masters. Our founder, Acharya A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, has been served by you through the decades, by your chanting, actually by your every breath. Your waking, your living is actually tied so closely to your spiritual master. It does not ever waver. And we can all follow in your footsteps. I've become so in awe of the way in which you continue to chant in the 21st century by purchasing the most sophisticated online equipment and the latest cameras just to create such an online presence that we do not lose out on chanting with you wherever in the world you are. That is just so impressive. Sri Vrindavan Dham, with all her secrets, have become captured in an abundance of magnificently captured photos and elegantly bound books that now stand on tables internationally. And this expert endeavor of yours has made the Holy Dham come alive in all the books you've published. Actually, the list is endless, Srila Gurudev. I was thinking of how may I conclude this offering, and I was thinking that we can borrow from the saints. There's a principle that is called Chaya Bhav. And you who hold so much of love for Krishna, and Krishna, I must start crying now. I must pull myself together. Anyway, let me just say that I'm an insignificant, struggling devotee, totally useless, without a vision and without any purpose. Just give me a little drop of more chanting today, a little drop so I can read your books more, and read Srila Prabhupada books more, a little drop so that I can serve the devotees more, and a little drop so I can continue to serve you and Srila Prabhupada's mission, please give me that little drop on your Vyasa Puja, because you can, and I want to steal from you this evening.
Thank you, Mother Rasamrita. Next up, we have Mother Radha Thakurani, and her offering is on page 125. Please may I ask that Mother Nandarani, Bhakti Manjari, and Bhakti George be in readiness. Thank you, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dearest Srila Gurudev, my humble obeisances at your most lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you. Happy Vyasa Puja. May your day and year ahead be blessed with eternal love of Godhead and all prosperity your heart desires. Last year, I spoke of your wonderful leadership qualities, and this year I thought to glorify the loving exchanges. It is simply wonderful experiencing your love and also watching your loving exchanges with every other devotee. You maintain a truly unique relationship with each devotee, expressing your love so beautifully. Whether it's noting our names in japa, sending us videos after we cook, replying to emails, throwing us a smile, exchanging a few words, or acknowledging our meager efforts and presence. Whatever little I attempt to serve you, you immediately and lovingly express glorification, which simply melts my heart and senses. Your humility is boundless. Your love knows no limits. Even if you lightly chastise us for any shortcomings, it is quickly followed with a loving exchange of compassion and love. Your heart overflows with Krishna prema, which you freely distribute to each and every soul without restriction. Your love is so powerful that you are fiercely protector of each devotee, yet soft enough to allow us to be the rascals we are. Your love is the sweetness and fragrance of Srila Prabhupada's mission, making all that come in contact with you feel protected, sheltered, and inclusive. Ah, so great is my Guru Maharaj. I watch my senior God family and aspire to one day have the love they have towards you. They live, eat, and breathe your name. Any one of them would gladly give up their life in a second. This is so rare, but such love is possible due to your own love towards them and all disciples. Bhagavad Gita verse 423, Upadekshyanti te janam janinasthatva darshana, which translates as, the self-realized souls can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. It's not that you teach us about Krishna, all about Srila Prabhupada, all about Krishna consciousness, but it is your beautiful exchanges of love that inspire us to want to be a devotee and learn the path of Krishna consciousness, having nothing but the highest standards of consideration for the many devotees you serve globally. Your loving exchanges are shown magnanimously so that all included can experience your love online. Somehow you gave this unworthy rascal your loving shelter. Thank you, Srila Gurudev. My intelligence is limited, so I pray to Krishna to please give me the strength to glorify your name in all the words and remain eternally serving your lotus feet. Your servant, Radha.
Thank you, Mother Radha Thakurani. Next up, we have Mother Nandarani, and her offering is on page 97.
Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine face on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja. In the purport to Srimad Bhagavatam,
Canto 1, Chapter 2, verse 21, Srila Prabhupada writes, "This enlightenment perfectly enables the devotee to distinguish spirit from matter, because the knot of spirit and matter is untied by the Lord. This knot is called ahankara, and it falsely obliges a living being to become identified with matter. As soon as this knot is loosened, therefore, all the clouds of doubt are at once cleared off. Gomaj, the knot in my heart seems to be growing with each day. Fueled by my attachments, judgments, and expectations, the knot has hardened and lodged itself deep within me. At times, the knot causes pain and suffering. At times, I ignore the knot and pretend like it's not there, allowing me to revel in being the center of my universe. It's easy for me to get caught up in my universe. I once read a saying by an author, Barnard Bailey, and I thought he was speaking about me. He writes, "When they discover the center of the universe, a lot of people will be disappointed to discover they are not it." My dear Barnard, please help me to get out of my self-centered universe. The fifth verse of Shikshastakam echoes in my mind. O son of Marananda, Krishna, I am your eternal servitor, yet somehow or other, I have fallen into the ocean of birth and death. Please pick me up from this ocean of death and place me as one of the atoms at your lotus feet. O Gomaj, I am your eternal servant, yet I have drifted into the ocean of illusion. Please pick me up from my egotistical world and place me as one of the atoms at your lotus feet. One of my special memories is sitting in a primary school classroom in Phoenix. You were giving a seminar on Madhurya Kadambini. You described the first shower of nectar, that the Lord is rasa, that bhakti is independent, and the importance of the mercy of the Lord and his devotees. Next, you went to the second shower of nectar and explained Kesha, the cause of suffering, and then Shubha, divine qualities. Up until this point, I was floating on a cloud bank of nectar, and then you got to the stages of advancement in bhakti, followed by the 6 types of unsteady devotional service. False confidence, utsaha mani. In my mind, I thought, tick, meaning yes, I have that type of unsteadiness. Sporadic endeavor, ganatagala, another tick in my head. Indecision, viyuda vikalpa. Should I tick or not? Okay, tick. Struggle with maya, vishaya sankara, definitely a tick. Inability to uphold vows, yamakshana. I'm sure that is a tick. And then it came. Enjoying the waves, Ranga Rangini. Tick, tick, tick. I remember you making us laugh as you explained how to Ranga Rangini was like being on a roller coaster. Actually, we laughed so hard as you went into it in more detail that there were tears in my eyes. Gomaj, I do not have the capacity to shed tears of love for the Lord, for Srila Prabhupada, or for you, because I do not have devotion. The knot in my heart is too hard. However, I pray that I can always be in your association, so that you always make me shed tears of laughter and joy. I pray that one of the verses from the song by Bhaktivinoda Thakur pierces the covering of my illusory universe. Krishna said, Tomara, Krishna jite paro, Tomara sakati ache. Amito Kankala, Krishna Krishna Bodhi Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply your servant, running behind you, shouting, Krishna, Krishna. Gomaj, all I can add is that I am running behind you, shouting, Krishna, Krishna, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you, Gomaj, your insignificant daughter, Madhurani Vyasa.
Thank you, Mother Nandarani. Next up, we have Bhakti Manjari, and she's going to be performing a song for us.
Working like
Hare Krishna, while the equipment is being set up, please can I ask for Bhakta George to come through and lead his offering? His offering is on page 221.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisance. All glory to Prabhupada. Thank you for all you have helped me and guided me for the past 3 years, for being patient and understanding. I'm so grateful for the day in 2020 when I got you on Facebook, Japa classes, and I didn't know what Krishna consciousness, and you helped me so nicely. You literally brought me into the movement through your Japa classes. You pushed me in the right direction, and you showed me that Krishna consciousness is very nicely. Now you really changed me for the better. Thank you for the person you have made me today. I'm still trying to be a better devotee for you and Prabhupada. I can truly say that you made a big impact in my life. I'm so sure many devotees were laughing for me for the funny questions I asked you on the Japa classes. Still, you were always very patient and understanding. I'm truly blessed to have you in my life. Thank you for bringing me in Krishna consciousness and giving me a bigger family. You are really meant the world to me, and I am absolutely everything for me. I truly look up to you like a spiritual father. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for everything.
Thank you, Bhakta George. Bhakta Manjari is now ready with her song. Hare Krishna. Please may I ask that Ujjwala Rasa, Mataji and Kishori Mataji be in readiness. Thank you.
Krishna, just please forgive, there was a technical difficulty, so do it.
I've been wandering this life without light. I'm trying to find the answer. So I come to the only I'm the one who fly, I'm the one who soar, I'm the one who can sing.
Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! I think Bhakti Manjari deserves another round of applause. I'm sure there's not a dry eye. Next up, we have Mother Vyasa Rasa, and her offering is on page 184.
Please accept my humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to you and all glories to Sri Prabhupada. Happy Vyasa Puja to you. I hold you in great awe as you once again travel from place to place, teaching Krishna consciousness and preaching the glories of Krishna, thereby pleasing your own spiritual master, our grandfather, Srila Prabhupada, and pleasing Lord Krishna, despite your advanced age and health challenges. As the years are passing by, you are becoming more golden. You are so enriched in Vedic knowledge, as taught by Srila Prabhupada, that you imparted to us with so much compassion, patience, and love. So much compassion that you even point out the Phalastuti while reading and lovingly ask us to hear it with great attention. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 7, Text 7, verse reads, quote, simply by giving oral reception to this Vedic literature, the feeling for loving devotional service to Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, sprouts up at once to extinguish the fire of lamentation, illusion, and fearfulness. Unquote. In the purport to this verse, Srila Prabhupada writes, quote, and it is definitely suggested herein that simply by hearing the message of Srimad Bhagavatam, one gets attachment for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna. And as soon as this is effected, the symptoms of the material disease disappear. Loving devotional service to the Lord begins with hearing about the Lord. There is no difference between the Lord and the subject matter heard about him. The conclusion is that simply by hearing the Vedic literature, Srimad Bhagavatam, one can have direct connection with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, and thereby one can attain the highest perfection of life by transcending worldly mistakes, illusion, and fearfulness. These are practical tests for one who has actually given a submissive hearing to the readings of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Unquote. Hearing is the first process in spiritual life. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for so painstakingly reading and narrating Srimad Bhagavatam to us, beginning with the first canto. You are most kind and merciful by narrating this literature for our hearing pleasure and further creating our good fortune. We often hear that we must be more tolerant than the tree, but my realization has come that how much others are tolerating me. We often think that we must learn to tolerate, but we fail to realize that we must be tolerated too. I am situated at this ashram where I have many opportunities to look deeper within myself for self-improvement. However, I feel great pleasure in finding opportunities to serve the Vaishnavas. Thank you, Guru Maharaj, for your constant prayers, blessings, and mercy upon me. I feel unworthy, but I also feel most fortunate to have the shelter of your lotus feet and your presence in our midst. I humbly seek your blessings to to make further advancement in Krishna consciousness. Your servant and daughter, Vyasa.
Thank you, Madam Vyasa. Our final offering for this evening is going to be read by Priya Kishori Mataji, and her offering is on page 119.
Dearest Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to your divine grace. Happy Shri Vyasa Puja Gurudev. In the purport of Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 8, Chapter 729, Srila Prabhupada states that the characteristic of a Vaishnava, as Paradukha Dukhi, a Vaishnava is always unhappy to see conditioned souls unhappy. Otherwise, he would have no business teaching them how to become happy. Guru Maharaj, you dedicate each and every day to teach us how to be happy in Krishna consciousness. You have created a sadhana program for us, which we can access from the comfort of our own home. A study program to go deeper into the purpose of Srila Prabhupada, and an opportunity to relish the nectars of Lord Krishna's pastimes through your enlivening storytelling. Gurudev, you have literally put the process of becoming a pure devotee on the plate for us. Thank you for being our number one supporter, by selflessly caring for us and always being there to guide us no matter what. Gurudev, this material world makes me question myself, and it sometimes brings me down as I see my flaws more and more each day. However, when I reflect and think about the last 5 years of officially being your disciple, I see your mercy playing a role in my life and the direction it has taken. For that, I am the most fortunate and truly grateful for allowing me the shelter of your lotus feet. I recently read in Srila Prabhupada's purport of Srimad Bhagavatam 8:15-28. By the pleasure of the spiritual master, one can get extraordinary power, especially in spiritual advancement. The blessings of the spiritual master are more powerful than one's own personal endeavor for such advancement. We pray that our endeavors are pleasing to you, and we will do our best to apply ourselves to the process of Krishna consciousness to better serve you in Srila Prabhupada's mission. We pray to always remember the greatest investment you have given us in our lives. And this is not only Vyasa Puja book, but thank you for also making an impression in my parents' lives as well. They did attend today's Vyasa Puja in the first session, so we know that's really auspicious happening. I could put it that way. May Lord Krishna keep you in good health to continue with your service to Srila Prabhupada, Shri Radha Radhana, and the devotees. Your foolish daughter, Priya Kishori Devi Das.
Thank you, Priya Kishori Mataji. And that leads us to the end of the offerings by the disciples. Thank you to all the disciples and aspiring disciples that have come forward to read the offerings of love and appreciation towards Guru Maharaj. Srila Prabhupada once said, gratitude is the condition of the heart that enables spiritual growth to take place. With all these wonderful offerings being read by the devotees this evening, spiritual growth will surely be guaranteed. Srila Gurudev, for your pleasure, we will now have Madharas Amrita and Krishna Kripa Prabhu reciting the translation of the Sri Guru Astakam prayer whilst having a photo darshan presentation in honor of you. Okay, so the screen is at the back end of the temple. If everyone could turn the chairs around. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
with the torchlight of knowledge.
The spiritual master is receiving
benediction from the ocean of mercy.
Just as clouds pour water on a forest fire to extinguish it,
So the spiritual master delivers the materially afflicted world
by extinguishing the blazing fire of material existence. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master, who is an ocean of auspicious qualities,
chanting the holy name,
dancing
in ecstasy, singing and playing musical instruments. The spiritual master is always gladdened by the Sankirtan movement of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Because he is relishing the meadows of pure devotion.
In his mind, sometimes his hair stands on end.
He feels horror in his body.
And tears flow from his eyes like waves. I offer my respectful obeisances
unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. The spiritual master is always engaged
in the temple worship of Sri Radha and Krishna.
He also engages his disciples in such worship.
They dress the deities in beautiful clothes and ornaments,
clean their
temples, and perform other similar worship of the Lord. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
The spiritual master is always offering Krishna 4 kinds of delicious food, that which is licked, chewed, drunk, and sucked.
When the spiritual master sees that the devotees are satisfied by eating Bhagavat Prashadam, he is satisfied. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
The spiritual master is always eager to hear
about the unlimited conjugal pastimes
of Radhika and Madhava,
and their quality,
names,
and forms.
The spiritual master always aspires to the lotus feet.
We offer our humble obeisances to the lotus feet of such a spiritual master,
who is a bona fide spiritual representative of Sri Hari.
The spiritual master is very dear
because he is expert in assisting the gopis,
who at different times make different tasteful arrangements for this perfection of Radha and Krishna's conjugal loving affairs.
Within the groves
of Sri Vrindavan,
I offer my most
humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master.
The spiritual master is to be honored as much as the Supreme Lord,
because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord.
This is acknowledged in all revealed scriptures and followed by all authorities. Thereafter, I offer my respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master,
who is the bona fide representative of Sri Hari.
Mukam karoti varchanam, pangam langa yate yat kripa tamaham vande, Shri Guru Diyatarine.
His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Ki.
Hare Krishna, you may now turn your chairs around. Thank you, Mother Ras Amrita and Thank you, Mother Ras Amrita and Krishna Kripa Prabhu, for the captivating montage. I am sure everyone enjoyed that wonderful presentation. In line with the transcendental media coverage of Guru Maharaj, we have USBs for sale that contain some of Maharaj's lectures, kirtans, previous Vyasa Puja addresses, as well as festivals. All in all, it's a treasure chest of mercy and it is available to you at just 200 Rand. You can see Priya Kishori Mataji at the entrance of the temple if you are interested. So, the moment we have all been waiting for has arrived for Guru Maharaj to deliver his Vyasa Puja address. Just as clouds gather closely and shower us with rain, let us all gather closely as Guru Maharaj showers us with a flood of spiritual nectar. Please can I ask that we all listen attentively and try to absorb the message being conveyed. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Trust. It was appreciated. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Krishna Bhutale Shivati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Lord Hari Vichare Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vastutyadi Vichare Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Vajakapatribhyas Chakri Pasidhu Yaninacha, Paditana Pahalebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Devotees, thank you so much for taking the trouble. I know some of you came from other parts of the country. Thank you for making that effort. And thank you for the participation, the interest, and really trying to not just trying, but actually taking it very seriously. Because it is. It's a very serious thing. It's a very important thing. And then again, you can even say it's not just an important thing, but it's a vital thing. An essential part of Krishna consciousness is the relationship with the disciplic succession, and particularly, specifically, at least today, in the form of the relationship with the spiritual master. We know that Krishna consciousness is very personal. It is never impersonal as such. We've mentioned before how Bhakti Churu Maharaj actually told us, that Srila Prabhupada told him, that first he raised like a rhetorical question. It's not exactly a real question. It's just phrased like that. What is Krishna consciousness? And Prabhupada answered the question that Krishna consciousness means the development of a relationship with Krishna, disguised as a process. So this is what we are doing in Krishna consciousness. In many ways it looks like a process, do this, don't do that type of idea, and even on quite a number of occasions, Prabhupada referred to it as a process. But really what we're doing in Krishna consciousness is developing a relationship with Krishna, or reawakening, redeveloping a relationship with Krishna. And Nityasena Krishna Prema Satyakarunoi, Shravan Adi Shuddhachite Kare Udoi. Lord Chaitanya says in Chaitanya Charitamrita that the eternal perfection of Krishna Prema, of love for Krishna, Satya Karunoi, is already there within the heart. And Prabhupada sometimes, when he would mention that verse, he would also sort of throw in, mention that Krishna Prema, that eternal perfection, is not to be acquired from some external source. It's already there. And it's just a matter of it being brought out, uncovered. And that's done, well, in the sort of the format, you could say. The format is the bhakti, the practice of devotional service. That's the format, sort of the parameters, you could say. But it's all about developing our relationship with Krishna. So, there's so many parts to that, one can say. Chanting the holy names and doing different types of devotional service, worshipping the deities and taking prasadam, preaching, and so on and so forth. All the things that we know very well and which are so wonderful and so beautiful. So, but it's all about reawakening our eternal relationship with Krishna, which unfortunately we forgot. By our foolishness, we forgot. So this particular part of all of that is very important, but like we said, it's not just important, it's essential. It's even uniquely essential. Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Prabhupada in Nectar of Devotion, when they list out the 64 processes or activities in devotional service in Krishna consciousness, the first three, first is Adao, means first, Guru Vakshraya. First of all, we have to take shelter of a spiritual master, and then we have to be initiated. Actually, it's said. And then we have to perform the activities of devotional service under the supervision, guidance, and like that of the spiritual master. These are the first three things. And then there's so many other things, culminating, of course, in sadhu sangha, nama kirtan, bhagavat shravan, mathura vasri murtiya shravanya sevan. But the first three things, without which the other 63 are not really going to happen. Even the last 5, which are of extreme importance, without that foundation there, what's it going to be? It's not going to be what it could be or should be or needs to be, really. So that's there. And of course, Srila Prabhupada, on numerous occasions, and you know, the last few days, even this morning and this afternoon, actually, and yesterday, I was engaged in further preparation. It's just an ongoing thing of notes for the Bhakti Vaibhava. I'm in chapter 20 of the fourth canto at this stage. But I particularly noticed yesterday and today, the parts that I was reading, how Srila Prabhupada was emphasizing the acceptance of a spiritual master, not just a spiritual master, but a bona fide spiritual master. Really emphasizing that and the benefits of that. So that's there. That's there. If we want to progress in Krishna consciousness, if we want to actually become Krishna conscious in an actual meaningful way, then we have to do that. Otherwise, Srila Prabhupada makes the point that someone who is not willing to accept a spiritual master, actually unwilling, like they refuse, even though they're sort of engaging in certain respects to some degree in Krishna conscious activities, but somehow they refuse. Then Prabhupada says that they become like a ship without a rudder. And I think that many of you are not from nautical backgrounds. You know, coming from a different material background, I can say. I'm from something of a nautical background, actually. Boats of different types. Not just surfing, but boats. And a boat, if you have a boat, but it doesn't have a rudder, meaning the actual device that goes into the water, which you then manipulate, and then it directs you this way or that. You know, if there's no rudder at all, it's just the boat sitting or moving on the surface of the water. Well, you know what happens? Well, it just goes around in circles. That's what happens. Boats just go around in circles if they have no actual, like, steering mechanism, a rudder. So that's what Prabhupada says. Someone who's not willing to means refuses to accept a spiritual master. Not just anyone who might present themselves as or be presented as a spiritual master, but a bona fide spiritual master. They end up like boats without a rudder and just going around in circles until either they run out of fuel or they just end up on the rocks. That's what happens. And so therefore, the principle, we can definitely say the principle of what we have been celebrating today is one of just such vital importance, and it's that sort of the catalyst, if you know what I mean, the catalyst, that thing which brings everything together and makes it solid. It really makes it happen. In Krishna consciousness, that is the acceptance of a spiritual, bona fide spiritual master. And acceptance, of course, That can be step number one, but then your life has to become molded in that way. And then when that happens, then everything, your life becomes solid and focused and progressive. And you become very happy. You become extremely happy, and there's a real sense of direction in your life, that you are actually moving. Your life is now something which is positively moving in the right direction. That's wonderful. It's just wonderful. We've heard devotees today saying on a number of occasions how they were struggling previously. It was Prabhu, wasn't it? I'm the GBC of the struggling club, and later he figured out he's the founder of charity, so he sort of trumped me on that. Anyway. But I think we've all been suffering. I think anyone who would say of us gathered, or just devotees in general, that I was not suffering before I became Krishna conscious, I think you just didn't have the sufficient intelligence to see what your situation really was. But we were suffering too much. So Krishna consciousness is there, and the relationship with the spiritual master is there. And a day like today gives the devotees, the disciples, to express their appreciation, and that's not just important, it's essential. When you get some mercy, when you receive, when you're gifted something of real value, just comes your way. Not like you bought it, you paid the price, but it just comes your way. Then gratitude is in order. Appreciation is in order, and reciprocation is in order, or actually, it's just essential to do like that. So for devotees to do like that, as we've heard today, I thought it was very nice. I've been doing this for a while now, actually a little more than 30 years. I first gave initiation at the Christmas to New Year Rath Yatra in 1990. So it's 33 years now, or so. And so I've been in a number of these programs, including right here too. And I do listen, I really listen very carefully to the different presentations and offerings that are made, particularly by the disciples, of course, to really see what's the sort of, how are the feelings, how are the realizations and appreciations developing. And particularly this evening, shall we say, I appreciated all. There were none which I thought that, this is not really appropriate, or, something along those lines. Generally, they were very nice, and some were extremely nice. From the men's side, I appreciated, I can just mention just one that I appreciated was that of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. And I really liked how he held the book out in front. So the mic was right in his mouth, and he really let us have it. Very nicely. He spoke strongly, because I had been going to make an announcement about the sort of, there was some background chatter going on up till that point, but not after that. Thank you for that. And I thought what you said was just very nice. It really was. And then from the ladies' side, again, what can I say? I think they were all very nice, but I think we all appreciated Bhakti Manjari's song. It was very nice. It was really very nice. Swarup Damodar Prabhu this morning was talking about not being sentimental or emotional, something like that. And in other words, being, I guess, very logical and having our feet on the ground, sort of thing, transcendentally. But that's, those of you who were here when Manjari sang her song, then you would know that it really touched the heart. And I really appreciated it, because I've known her since, what age were you? More or less, from some days after she got born. 3 months maybe. Yeah, till now. And it's great to see a devotee, visibly develop in Krishna consciousness. So today is Vyasa Puja day, at least in this context. And there's a practice that I forget it's the disappearance day of Sanatana Goswami. And it's in our calendar, just recently passed actually, which is called Guru Purnima. And I've seen here and there on Facebook that some of our devotees on that day or around that day, they were saying, yeah, right, Guru Purnima, Guru Purnima. And it's okay, but Srila Prabhupada specifically made the point that this is more for the Mayavadis, and for us, we celebrate on the appearance day of the actual day of appearance of the spiritual master. So, of course, the background is, it is Vyasa Puja, Vyasa, Srila Vyasadeva, and the spiritual master is being appreciated on that day for representing Vyasa, kind of, you might say, standing in for Vyasadeva. In a sense, you could say that's what the role of a spiritual master or just of a preacher is, that Srila Vyasadeva has given the knowledge. He's really given it. And for anyone to be spiritual master, or let's just say a preacher, for anyone to be a real preacher of Krishna consciousness means they have to take that message of Vyasadeva. Of course, there's room for some element of creativity, but the creativity absolutely must not sort of overshadow the knowledge of Srila coming from Srila Vyasadeva. So, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Vyasadeva is there, And then our disciplic succession is there, Lord Chaitanya, the six Goswamis, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, Srila Prabhupada. And then it comes to us. So for us, from Vyasadeva to Prabhupada, to keep it simple, we're taking Vyasadev's message as presented, as packaged by Srila Prabhupada particularly. And even sometimes Prabhupada's packaging on the surface may vary a little from some others who are great acharyas in our line. I mean, just a very important example of that is 16 rounds. Srila Vyasadeva never talked about 16 rounds. Even Lord Chaitanya didn't exactly. He just said Kirtaniya Sada, just chant all the time. But Prabhupada said 16 rounds. Even Srila Bhaktisiddhanta didn't say 16 rounds. If anything, he said 64. But anyway, he said that, that's a fact. But Prabhupada, to what degree he really emphasized it, like Prabhupada has emphasized 16, I couldn't really comment on that so much, but we know for absolute certainty Prabhupada emphasized 16 rounds. Yes. So that's Prabhupada's creative thinking. I mean, that's one example of Prabhupada's creative thinking. Book distribution. Even Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, even though he had books printed, he had a printing press, which was running regularly. But the actual distribution, particularly of like Srimad Bhagavatam, like that, at least we're not really so aware of it happening, not like how Prabhupada got the books printed and distributed by the millions and millions. So these are all parts of Prabhupada's creative thinking within the context of Srila Vyasadeva. Yes, and his particular expertise in preaching, sometimes drawing on sort of contemporary things that were happening in the world. Yeah, this is all Prabhupada's creative thinking in following Srila Vyasadeva. And so our role as spiritual masters, but just as preachers. It's not that being a spiritual master, having that service, means now you do something that nobody else does, except initiate people as such. But otherwise, you just present the knowledge and try to engage people in Krishna's service. So this disciplic succession, coming from Lord Krishna through Lord Brahma, then on and down through Lord Chaitanya, the six Goswamis, and on and down to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, Srila Prabhupada, and coming to us. This is the real thing. That in slang they might say, this is the real deal. Because it is, it's not a sort of half-baked thing. It's not half-baked. It's fully baked, you could say. Because I mean, who wants some half-baked bread? It's just, I don't think it works. But, Prabhupada, his particular qualification or, outstanding feature was, if we sort of look at it from our perspective, is that he was able to present Krishna consciousness to us, even down to an individual level, in such ways that it really works. It really works. It's not that it half works, or something of that sort. This is Srila Prabhupada's expertise. This is what makes Prabhupada outstanding. Let us just say outstanding without being sort of comparative about it. Just like with motor cars, I'm sure many of you are familiar enough with motor cars to know that there's like a very good motor car. I won't say a Rolls Royce, but let's just say a Mercedes-Benz. It's quite common that everybody who knows cars knows that Mercedes-Benz is really outstanding. And then you get others. Well, I don't know, but in Russia, if you want to get a laugh, we don't have any Russians here, no. If you want to get a laugh out of an audience of devotees in Russia, just when you mention like a stupid motor car, you mention the name, you'll never have heard of it, and Uwazik, everyone will laugh, because everyone knows it's a stupid car from the communist times, which is still going on. Everyone laughs. But that's extreme, because it is like a joke. But anyway, some not very good car. You can compare it to a Mercedes-Benz and say, look, it's got 4 wheels, same as a Mercedes-Benz. It's got an engine, same as a Mercedes-Benz. Yeah, it's got seats, it's got a steering wheel. It's the same as a Mercedes-Benz. What's the problem? Well, let me mention one. Coming from a motoring background, the current edition of the Mini, oh God, I don't know why they bothered. So if you want to compare a good Mercedes-Benz to a Mini, you can always say, yeah, 4 wheels, steering wheel, seats, it's got a roof, it's got an engine, gearbox. What's the difference? What's the difference? Well, there's a big difference, actually. On a certain level, we can say there's no difference. Shri Radha Radhanath Shri Giri Gopinath Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Srila Prabhupada is that outstanding person. When Srila Prabhupada became ill for the first time, like seriously ill, in America, and he was going to, and he did in fact, have to go back to India for a while to recover. Then there's famous conversation, I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. Mukunda Maharaj, Mukunda Prabhu at the time, said to Srila Prabhupada saying, well, looks like I'll have to go. And Mukunda, I think he was deputed by the other devotees to try and talk to Prabhupada about this. And Mukunda suggested, well, if you can't come back, what will we do? Can you send one of your godbrothers or one of your contemporaries? Could you do that? And Prabhupada didn't just say no, but Prabhupada really became very emotional, like deeply affected that this was actually a terrible idea, a very, very bad idea. And Srila Prabhupada made that point that, You can't just replace the spiritual master just like that. And he said about his own spiritual master, he was no ordinary spiritual master. So Srila Prabhupada was no ordinary spiritual master. But to realize that, you have to come close to him. You have to actually follow him. If you don't follow him, you'll think just like Mercedes-Benz compared to a Mini. You'll think, well, it's another motor car. What's the problem? Or, in my dealings with Hindu people, I've, on a few occasions, had people say, yeah, this is Lord Shiva. You worship Lord Krishna. This is Lord Shiva. Same thing. And I'm meant to say, oh, okay, that's the same thing. But it's not the same thing. It's just not. Right. So Srila Prabhupada is a unique personality. And this is the thing about ISKCON and the devotees, particularly the serious devotees in ISKCON. And this is the thing about the spiritual masters in ISKCON, is that the bona fide spiritual masters in ISKCON, who are strongly connected and deeply connected to Srila Prabhupada, that connection in Parampara, that connection in Parampara makes such a difference, very big, essential difference. So, we, if we take the instructions of the spiritual master, bona fide spiritual master, if we follow the example of the bona fide spiritual master in ISKCON, follower of Srila Prabhupada, then this will transform our lives so beneficially, so profoundly, the effect it will have. Because spiritual master, then of course there are general instructions by chant 16 rounds. General instruction, it applies to literally everyone. But then there are detailed instructions, that's the way Prabhupada puts it in Nectar of Devotion, which are sort of like personalized. I mean, at least in some cases they're personalized. That you should do this, whereas you, that's good, yeah, should do something else, not that. Krishna conscious activity, yes, but when we get into a situation like that, in Krishna consciousness, where we're able to get that type of instruction from the spiritual master, that's very nice. That's very nice and extremely helpful. Of course, even, take someone like myself, I had very little personal association with Srila Prabhupada. But still, there's definitely a feeling of having been given directly or indirectly, like a mission, something I'm meant to do, like kind of specifically my calling or duty in Krishna consciousness. But particularly when you're able to get that personal supervision, guidance, direction, do this, don't do that, it's very nice. It's very nice. In fact, a disciple can, they don't always have to, but can ask, what should I make my mission? In other words, what should I focus on? in Krishna consciousness. If one is sincere, even if one doesn't ask that, it will come in due course. But here we have that opportunity, all have that opportunity in Krishna consciousness of personal supervision, guidance, and encouragement, and like that, and being corrected sometimes in personal ways. But in keeping with Srila Prabhupada and Prabhupada's instructions and Prabhupada's sort of orientation in Krishna consciousness. So, thank you all very much again. And thank you particularly to those who went to the trouble. I came up at about 9:30ish or so, and I didn't know what to expect, like here. I thought maybe it's going to be one of these big, flowers everywhere, that sort of thing. And I saw this map of the world. I thought, gee whiz, what's this? Anyway, but thank you very much for all the trouble that those of you who put it together, all the trouble you went to. And again, thank you all for participating and really taking it seriously. And carry it forward into your lives. Not just that today may be sort of a high point, and then tomorrow or after the sort of the mood calms down a bit, then it's just back to square one or something, just back to life as usual. But these special occasions, and this is definitely one of those special occasions, which should be and can be a real impetus for our development as of today in Krishna consciousness, in our sadhana, our personal practice, and in our service. So, please bear that in mind. Try and carry it with you, within your heart, and remember it. Remember what was said. Many nice things were said. Bhakti Rasa Devi Dasi in her welcome address, I think it was, wasn't it? I thought, boy, that's the Vyasa Puja class. It was high power. That was really good. Off to a good start. But please do take it forward, because Srila Prabhupada has given us all that we need. It's all just laid out for us. It's not like, as they say, rocket science. You've got to figure out all sort of complex equations and difficult understandings. It's all laid out. It's all just right there in front of our faces. Prabhupada said once that Krishna consciousness is so simple. It's just so simple, you may miss it. You just walk past it and you think, that's too simple, where is it? But no, that was it. It's very simple and straightforward. Just chant without offenses. Very simple, straightforward. And do service, really try and do service to the best of your ability. Study the books. And like this we become Krishna conscious. So please take it with you and remember it. And so many nice things were said. And Manjari, I'm not sure when the CD is coming out. That's still lengthy MP3. Yeah, take it with you. And in this way, today will not just be, as Prabhupada did say, a festival of, what was it, fruits and flowers or something, sweet words, and then back to reality as of tomorrow. But it'll actually be a major building block, foundational building block, which we can stand on, and that'll help us so much to really move forward more and more into the nectar of what really is Krishna consciousness. So, thank you, and thank you to Sri Damodar Prabhu for allowing us to do this. Yeah. And thank you again to all of you. And thank you to Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Thank you, dearest Guru Maharaj, for an enlightening and an inspiring talk. Your nectarian flood has burst into our hearts and souls. And we pray by your mercy that our hearts overflow continuously with Krishna Prem. And this, dear devotees, concludes our glorious program for the day. We would like to thank you, Guru Maharaj, for giving us the opportunity to honor and serve you today. And we pray that all that was done was to your sweet satisfaction. We pray that our dear Lord should bless you with good health, so that you may continue in your mission in carrying out the instructions of your dear Lord and Master Srila Prabhupada. Thank you to everyone that has joined us, both physically present and online, as we celebrate this momentous occasion, which has filled us with so much joy and happiness, especially by being in the presence of Srila Gurudev. We will now have the final kirtan, which will be led by His Grace Ravindra Swarup Prabhu, and thereafter light prasadam will be served. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki. His Holiness Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Nami Bhakti Chaitanya Prabhupada Shri Radharana Mahayam Gadadhara Padam. Ram
ISKCON's founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki. Anant Kori Vaishnava Vrinda ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki. Prem Se Gaur Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gaur Gadanath Shankar Radha Giri Govardhan ki. Shri Vrindavan ki. Shri Mayapur ki. Shri Jagannath Puri ki. Shri Shri Radha Radhanath ki. Shri Giri Govardhan ki. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Govindanande. Glories to this of the devotees. Glories to this of the devotees. All glories to this of the devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Chaitanya Swami Maharaj Shri Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki Jai. Guru Premanande.
Namaste, namaste.
Idole Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki! Idole Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki! Idole Bhakti Chaitanya Swami Maharaj ki!
So, I take it prasad is being served. So you can all go down to the prasad tent and some prasad